Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I'm going to hang on a sec. Sorry. I'm going to load the save rather than continue, just because I know that I've made it the save at least. Apparently we're 7% through the game already, which doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of stuff. I like how they've done the save load section. So, right at the start, there's going to be, some collectibles that we need to grab, but we haven't learned how to wall run yet, so that's why I haven't gone and done a whole bunch of other stuff. It looks like we're going to be getting the wall run anyway. We're going to be in the wall run at some point. Loading here is a little bit long, but yeah, I am playing on base PS4. Like, base PS4, not even PS4 Pro, so, alright, so we're pretty much, from this point, we drop down to the right, and there's a, seed that we need. These seeds are important, because we need the, these seeds are important because of the, actually, why should I drop down when I can... I'm actually interested. No, I'm gonna check something. I might be able to reach some of these. They're still telling me to drop down, so it's like, maybe I don't need to drop down entirely, but... Like, I was looking, like, I can't go to there because I don't have double jump. I can't get to there, so I guess I'll just have to drop down, but, none of these places are going to be available to grab, I don't think. From where I am. Actually, no, this place would be. Right here would be. I'd be able to get to you. Can't get into there, which is good. I can get to here at least. I can get to there, but I can't, okay. Didn't matter anyway. I don't know what happened then, What does this mean? Circle button. Oh. Scan. Weird that it was showing for the circle. Parrotfish. Parrotfish inhabit large bodies of water, feeding primarily on small algae fragments and other plants. Algae supply grows scarce, many fish die off. Their decomposition process raises the acidity of the water, gradually wearing away of the ground below and forming sinkholes. So I did have to drop down here anyway, but... and something. Ah, here we go. New terrarium seed acquired Kelpie. Okay, so what we need, there are 10 of these seeds, and what we do with the seeds is we plant them in the... You plant them in the ship, and once they're fully grown, then we get a trophy for it, so... That's our first... trophy at least. We gotta go through the entrance wall. They're telling us to wall run, and it's like, we haven't learned how to wall run yet. So I don't know if that's possible. It hasn't taught me how to wall run. So I missed the tutorial for that. But I don't know how I missed the tutorial, considering we had to come this way. So. This one's telling us to wall run as well. Well, it's gonna be a lot of backtracking. There's surely gonna be something up here. I can hear it. Database updated. Zor. Zor thrive in rocky, windy habitats where their low stance and adhesive grip provide fast and agile traversal over surfaces like cabin walls. Highly sensitive to climate, they function slower in warmer numbers, in warmer temperatures than colder ones. Also, the other reason I'm going and getting all this stuff is because we're getting a bunch of like collectibles and stuff. Okay, I'm still facing inwards. Drop down on the ledge to the right. They want us to wall run. More wall run. We haven't learned how to wall run yet, so I guess we have to wait until we get to a certain point. It hasn't told me how to do that yet. I remember trying to do it and it didn't work. We haven't got force pull yet, so that's not going to work. I guess the next thing we have to do is when we reach wherever Benog base or whatever is. Surely there's going to be something like.
See something in there?
Must be some reason why we can, well, it's supposed to wall run, but we don't know how to wall run yet, so. Why, well, is there like a. Maybe we can, but I'm just not seeing it, but pretty sure we can't wall run yet. It's not showing me that that's what I have to do. Maybe we can wall run. I can backtrack a little bit to grab some stuff. Ah, here we go. Okay, we've just learned to wall run now. We're gonna learn to wall run through this tutorial, I guess. Okay, there we go. Right now we know how to wall run.
Try again.
Difficult, Master.
Yes, the path is difficult. It may seem impossible, but with persistence and the Force as your ally, you will overcome any obstacle. You will master any path. Now, do what you must to reach me.
I guess we run and jump towards ridged wall. Okay, so we're learning to wall run. Run and jump towards. Pretty much.
Try again. Trust yourself.
Yes, Master.
Yeah, I think what I have to do is I have to run across and I have to jump at the end.
Good.
Alright.
Again. Now, reach my position.
Okay, run on ridged walls, ridged areas.
Persistence and Force is my ally.
I wonder if this means like I'm on
all
this.
Tricks.
This is a slide, so we can't do that. Alright, so now we probably have to backtrack. And now, well, sorry, we do have to backtrack because there's a lot of stuff that we have to go and grab. There'll be a lot of stuff that we can grab along this way now. I figured we had to because there was no way for us to get back to. There's a limited amount of wall run. We don't just get to wall run constantly.
Think you can show me that shortcut again?
Ah, okay, so now it's going to update. But now we know where we have to go. We have to head back to where we came, but along the way there's going to be a bunch of collectibles that I can grab. So I'll be going for those. But the way back to the meditation spot, however... There must be a way to get up this. I don't know if I can get up there by like, doing this. Okay, that doesn't count. That's the way we're supposed to go. So let's try here and see where this takes us. It's rather funny. Sense echo.
This area was used for meditation. There's someone familiar with the Jedi Order.
Okay, meditation. A meditation area well hidden, whoever here knows the Jedi Order. So that is... Now we're at the point where we have to like make our way backwards to figure out where everything is. This is force pull. Where are we? Get back up to the... I need to get back up to the... meditation area to get this next one. If we want to go this way... Okay, we don't get to war on forever, which makes sense. Right, this way.
Whoever owned this bag brought it from Coruscant. They were frustrated with the Jedi Council.
Bag left by someone who came here from Coruscant. They were strangely frustrated with the Jedi Council for some reason. Okay. From the top of the steep slope, don't slide down, but instead we'll run back the way you came. We're not there yet, I think. I do want these only because I do want everything collectible as much as possible so that we can get level ups. Level ups are going to be useful. Right, we'll meditate because not. Saves the game. We don't have any skills, so leave. Now that we have war on around here, we can try it. We know where we have to head, so.
Hey! Did you find something, BD1?
New lightsaber switch. Valor and Wisdom 2. Did we miss a whole bunch of stuff, or...? Where is the map? We might not be able to go and, do this yet. We're kind of heading back. You might have missed some stuff. I don't know, I'll have a look and see if I somewhere. The way we came. Oh right, no, it might have been because there's we did everything up this way, so then everything downwards was. Did everything downwards already. So the way we got the wall on here. But I don't think there's anything we can do this way, because we've already done everything. So, yeah. Backtrack for no reason, but figure it out and see what it goes. We kind of went out this way to go into that way again, I think. Something like that. I don't want to go too far back. I want to make sure they explored everything. I think we've got to do something like there. But I know that by dropping down, I can at least grab some. There's other things around that I use. That leads to where we were originally. We don't need to go there. Still got this, but we can't do anything with it because we need a. Don't think it's around this way. Right, so I guess we do have to just go there. We're still in. Well, we're in the Great Divide now, but. Thought we would activate this, but. Okay, that's a shortcut. That way is the way back to where that's the way that we're heading. So what I want to do is I want to go and explore these areas because I have not put here yet. That was weird. I see that giant thing in the background, but I guess we'll see if we can beat it. We're not reaching these enemies just randomly respawn, I guess. We aren't going to be able to make it there. That wall runs not going to work there. Let's try climbing. So I want to explore this area first.
Can you slice this? Yeah, sorry about your scalping. But standing up to that bog rat, pretty brave.
I don't know what a scomp link is, but it says scomp link must be repaired to operate this device. Whatever that is, I don't know. So, figure out what that is, I guess.
Hey now. Oh, something was in there.
Lightsaber sleeve. Okay. We can fight this thing if we got to it, but we need to double jump. Oh, this thing is scanning it.
That creature seems so at home here. Protector of Bogano. I thought that was you.
Hey, the Binog. The Binog is an enormous a mammalian creature found only on Bogano. They can live for thousands of years, only breeding once per lifetime. Due to their scarcity of offspring, very few binocs are left in the galaxy. I could go here, but the thing is, like, what am I going back to? I'm just gonna drop back down, and, we still haven't found, like, what I'm looking for yet. This is considered the Great Divide, so that's why it's a little bit different, but... Going to, head back. Gonna head back and use the, We've still got... Climb up there. That might be an alternate way to the same spot. Oh, sense echo just randomly.
Someone made camp here. They were excited to discover a giant creature that lives close by. A binoc, they called it.
Okay, research camp. I think I'll head upwards, actually. Traces of a camp used by someone excited to study a large creature they refer to as a binoc. So I'll try here first, and then I'll see where the other takes me. I think this just takes me upwards to where we've already been. I think it takes us back to... Yeah, it just takes us back to where we've been, so that means I'll try the other one to see where what that does. Let's see where this takes us. Can take us around. It's just gonna take us around. Alright, we'll go back to the, how are we going for the researcher things that I was looking at here were like 9 and, I don't think we can get the, because this one's saying from the top of the steep slope. We saw the steep slope there, but we cannot, we saw the steep slope, but we can't go get up there right at this moment. That would make sense. So we might have to get up there a little bit later. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. That's the big issue. I got into contact with Twitch, and they're looking into it. Fortunately, they haven't got back to me yet, but somehow someone told me the same thing, and then they were able to fix it, but I don't know what they did. They didn't actually tell me. I got into contact with Twitch. I'm waiting for them to respond, but it's weird. Like, the screen's black, but the sound is fine. But the export onto YouTube is the export to YouTube when I do it is fine also, which doesn't make any sense either. I'm just getting inconsistent answers from Twitch, and I don't know how to fix the problem because it happens on my end as well. While I'm streaming, it's fine, but when I try to do the download on, I know when I try to do that. When I try to view my own channel, it works. Sorry, it doesn't work on any device. Yet some people's it works with sound. Mine doesn't get any of that. I'm still waiting for them to fix the problem. That's the big issue. And like, I also noticed that my views aren't going up either for videos, so that means that it's the same thing for a majority of people. So I don't know how to fix it. I've been waiting for them. It's been over 2 weeks now. Okay, so we're gonna upgrade our force here. It's not the actual stream itself, because I'm looking at my stream and my stream works. I know the streaming works because I can upload to export the file to YouTube, and it will, I can upload the stream to YouTube with audio and visual, and there's nothing happens, so I don't know what's actually happening, or how to fix it. I wish that I had a better answer for, like, what's going on, but just, I don't know how to fix it. I've been waiting for 2 weeks to how to, all of the fixes they gave me were not working. I submitted a bug report to Twitch. Whenever I try to download off of Twitch, my video is audio only. When I try to watch it in any sort of way, it's always buffering and not working. And when I watch, but yet when I export it straight to YouTube, the file off of Twitch straight to YouTube, it has visual and audio as if nothing's wrong. So that's why I thought it was on Twitch's end. But it could be a combination of me as well, something on my end as well as something on Twitch's end. Because why would it be stuffing up on my end as well? So something exists. It's just that something exists, but I don't know how to make it exist for everyone. Once I found out, once they give me a solution and I have a solution, I'm gonna try it, get it to work for myself, and then at that point I can put in the Nightbot command or something like, hey, you know, like exclamation mark black screen or something like that, and then I can explain to people like, hey, this is how I fix my problem. See if this works for you. But fortunately, until I get a response back, this is the best that I can do. Apart from using another streaming software, which, if I did that, I have to take, like, several days to try and get that to work, and by that point, they could already have the problem fixed, so... I wish I had, like, a better, explanation as to what to, say, but that's the best that I can really, like, offer right now. We've got this for a wall run. Enables running along ridged walls to access new areas. After reopening connection to the Force on Bogano, Cal remembers how to run along walls. Okay, so I guess the way we're supposed to look at this game is we have all of every power that we have in the game. We have access. Well, every power in the game we already have. We know how to do wall running, we know how to do things, but we have to remember how to do it via flashback sequences, I guess. That's probably the best way to explain it, but... what was I looking at? I was looking at the actual collectible. 13 are part of this thing, but we haven't got 9. We haven't got, so we have 6 already. 9 we can't get. 8 we. So a lot of this stuff's going to be wall running. That's double jump, so we can't do that. We have that already. What else is there to do? Jump on a rope. Why does this feel like I haven't already done this? Oh, actually, no. This is back in the. Okay, this is back in like the other areas. Like we got this. You don't have force push. That's why I haven't done that yet. Oh, okay, so to unlock one of the chests we need a certain ability. That's why it's like that. That explains why it's like that. But like the other thing that I've understood with my problem is I'm also not getting views on these videos that are uploaded onto Twitch, and yet some people have been able to fix it, other people haven't. But I don't know how to fix it. If someone can fix it on their end, and lets me know how they did it, then I can attempt to do that while I'm on stream, and then I can test this, and then I can make a Nightbot command and just say, hey, we'll fix this problem, like, thanks to such and such, X person for doing this. Because I'll definitely give them a shout out, like, I'll thank them in the thing for... okay, after learning to wall run, I guess I've got that already. I think everything else is fine. Maybe we'll just go back to... Yeah, I guess I'll just go forward? Yeah, I think I've got everything I can get at this time. We have to unlock the stim canisters, I think. Okay. That's force pull, we can't do that. I guess we're heading to Bogano Mesa, which is... Where are we on the map? Right here. It's hard to figure out where I'm going. There was a green... Maybe it's here, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Wait, Bogano Mesa, I wish there was a way for me to, go by... We're apparently halfway through explored this area, but still got a lot of stuff to think, but I wish there was a way, a drop-down listing, so I could see the, all the different, areas, but... I don't think we've been to this area yet, so I'll just... I need to find, I wish the map was a little bit better. Yeah, Bogano Mesa is... Landing pad, fractured plane. Bogano Mesa's here. Oh, okay, maybe we go back later. I don't know, I'm very confused. Why are we... I think it's because I remember scrolling down for the... I had to scroll all the way down to find the, okay, that's great. We're still doing some stuff. Let's just go back for a second. So, we've done the Hermit's Abode. We can't do anything there. We've already finished everything off there. Hermit's Abode is done. The Great Divide we have pretty much also finished. And Subterranean Refuge we also just finished, so I think... Then when I look at that one there, on the top of the hole leading to the old chest. Maybe we can't go and do that yet, but I'll figure this something out. Saying at the amphitheater, I remember there was an amphitheater, but we weren't able to go and do that yet. See how it goes, and that's also another thing that I don't understand. Well, I can go live and I can have someone come into the chat and talk, but yet the video is itself not loading anything. I really need to get this problem fixed, but I can't get it any faster. I think maybe I gotta make my way back to America. Well. I think because where is this? Like, the landing pad was here, and I remember going across this way. It's saying this area is unexplored, but I remember going 2 here, and it was like, here was the amphitheater, but then there was something else around that I could do. This is saying that it's unexplored, but I don't know if that means it's unlocked something. Then we got this here. Takes us all the way down, but that's going to take us to an area that we don't need to. No, I'm just going to go and follow the thing, I guess. I wanted to go and get as many collectibles as possible, but it's a little bit hard to find everything without So, I remember these areas, because I remember coming here and I was like, oh, these definitely need to wall run here. Alright, so we can at least now reach this way. Oh, we're at the vault. Alright, I didn't realize we were at the vault already.
Racy there? Whoa, it's on.
Like I said, being on Mesa, we can't reach... well... From the top of the hole leading down to the gold chest and the thing, climb up the thing, go left. Yeah, so... Because I remember grabbing the dead Splocks one. From the top of the hole leading to the gold chest and the subterranean ritual, climb up the Sun Amphitheater and go left. This one unlocks as part of the story, so the next thing unlocks as part of the story, so deal with that. We know that we have to head to the vault, so I'm going to head away from the vault first, because that way we can see if there's anything along these areas that might be useful. I wonder if there's anything on top of this. Might just be the way back to the, might just be a way back. There's a... Oh, there's a door there as well. Abandoned workshop. I think this is where we head next, so... Okay, this is where we're heading next, so I should actually head back to the vault, because... Alright. I saw an area, so it's like, we should head back first. I think this game wants us to like follow... We should follow the story as best as we can, and then go to the areas later. Also, that's the other thing that's weird. It's like when someone goes and clicks on the video, there's a visual preview of me and the stream and everything working. So that's another thing I don't understand. Like if it's something to do with me, why is it bringing up a visual preview? Why is the visual preview existing? It has to be something. I feel like it has to be something on their end, because why would the video preview show up? And yet it doesn't show up on the thing. And I've been reporting these issues for. I don't think there's anything around apart from at the vault. So I've been reporting all these issues.
We're not finished yet.
For weeks.
Okay, you probably would have won. Probably.
Okay. That's a meditation area. I'll meditate when I leave. Remnants of a lost civilization offerings. These relics contain materials that are native to Bogano. Their fragile structure indicates they were purely decorative, potentially objects of religious significance. It's possible they were carried here as a form of pilgrimage. A lot of stuff to this game. Inscriptions. The vault is built out of carnite, a hard stone rich in minerals. Its inner walls are decorated with metallic plating and inscriptions. The glyphs don't return results in any galactic databank, suggesting land which has been lost to time. Am I supposed to go in here? That's not. The vault. This structure has been here for centuries. It appears the only way to open the vault is by using the force. I'm thinking now, do I head to the abandoned workshop first and then go into the vault? I'm gonna check something for a second, because I'm thinking that I do the abandoned workshop first, because nothing else here is mentioned. Nothing else here is mentioned about the abandoned workshop, so I'm thinking that I should probably do that just in case. This vault section seems like it's going to be progressing the story. Maybe I should have just I can just go and head back. Right. Actually, what does it say for the... Unlocks as part of the story after tour. Okay, so that the abandoned workshop is just another area. We'll go ahead and explore the abandoned workshop first then. I don't mind doing that. But we might not even be able to get in there. That's another thing. I don't know if I can. I guess I can. Alright, well, we'll check this out first and see if I don't know if this is required for the story, but I'll, probably just a bunch of doors that won't open. Door is locked from the other side, right? Can wall run. They're gonna attack us? They're just gonna pop it up. Okay, this area is probably oh! Maybe unlocked a shortcut. Where do we get the shortcut? That area is taking us back to... That area is taking us back to the... Oh! Okay, this takes us back to the, the hermit's abode. Okay, this is where we are. Okay, that's all we'll do. I don't think we can get into the abandoned workshop yet, but, is that a new... This here is all the abandoned workshops, so that's making me think, like, there's something around here that I can do. I don't know if this is a new, one or not. But because the thing is a part of the story, I'm just gonna leave it until long last. At that point, we'd be leaving for another planet. I think we already went around these ways, though, because, We didn't go that way because we have a wall on now. Remember grabbing this, so let's go along this way and see where it takes us. Oh, this takes us back to the ship. No, Bogo sinkholes. There's a separate area.
Oh, hi there. Doing okay back there, BD1?
Hang on a second. Oh, yeah, I can scan this.
Making a new friend?
Boglings. Boglings are small creatures endemic to Bogano, natural escape artists. They evolved to run on their toes. This technique allows them to quickly change direction or jump while navigating Bogano's mix of rocky and marsh-like terrain. Their furry bodies compensate for the heat loss through their bare feet. This is a new area because we technically haven't done anything here. There is a chest, but we can't grab it because we need double jump. Don't think dropping down there is a wise. Let's make our way back to the where we're supposed to. I think we can climb here. I don't know how the thing works. I was gonna say I don't know how to get back. If I can like climb down, or if I have to like jump off and then hug the wall. I want to attach myself to the. I want to try and attach myself to the ledge, but I don't think I can do that without something else. Oh, that should be. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'll attempt to be able to jump across. That didn't work. I'm trying to figure out a way to get back to where I'm supposed to go, because I don't think I can just jump. Oh, wait, just down here. Or you could just do the logical thing and just go down this way. I don't think I can do anything with the anything here. Yeah. Alright, so I think that's all we can do for the level for now. Really can't get a lot of collectibles, so after we've already done some more. But we do have one of the seeds at least, so that will at least get that out of the way. So we'll go and do the vault, and then figure out what's next. One thing that I don't really understand, like, why does this game not have any, why does the game not have any, why does this game not have any, like, background audio? I would have thought there should have been some music playing, but, nothing. Alright, we'll go through the vault then. Seems like that's what we have to do.
Amazing.
Nothing's showing up on my map. Apparently what the next thing we have to get here is automatic.
Well done, whoever you are. You have passed the test I left behind, and gained access to the vault and this recording, one of many encrypted logs stored in the droid. I am Master Eno Cordova. I may not know your name, but I know your purpose. The fate of the Jedi Order lies in your hands. This place, this vault, is a sacred temple, built by a vanished civilization known as the Zepho. Meditating here, I was granted a premonition through the Force, a vision of doom. I have placed inside this vault a Jedi holocron containing a list of the names and locations of young Force sensitives throughout the galaxy. Ahead, you will find the inner chamber of the vault, but also another test. I can only trust this holocron to someone who has followed my path and understands. Seek out the hidden tombs of the three sages and learn to perceive the mysteries of the Force as the Zepho once did. In this droid, you will find everything you need to succeed on this journey. Go to the Zepho homeworld. There, you will find peace in the eye of the storm. Good luck, Jedi. And may the Force be with you.
I guess you were the someone I was supposed to meet. You know, I've been alone for a while now. Without any purpose, just
We probably have to
hiding.
come back here later, I don't know.
There's no way to live. Not for a Jedi. Or a droid. Maybe Seer was right. Maybe we're done hiding. Hey, you want to meet some, friends of mine?
You tried to go for the platform, but you hate the map. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I've only played a couple of hours of this, and I'm kind of like, on it. It's fine, but I'm not overly like excited or like, oh, this is an amazing like. I guess the reason why people praise this so much is because sync this trophy up. I guess the reason why people praise this so much is because it's like, well, EA made a good Star Wars game, but it's like they did, but it's like in terms of an actual thing, it's I don't know, like I'll get the Plat for it because I'm using guides with the collectibles, but the map is just there. The game is really slow. There's not a lot going on. The map, the actual areas look, they're just mazes like of going back and forth in the thing. This is only the first level. Like I don't know. Archive 7, goodbye. Secrets of the Vault. My friend, my name is Jedi Master Eno Cordova. The Bogano boat, constructed by the Zepho millennia ago, granted me a vision of the Jedi's doom. Preserve the Order, I've hidden a holocron detailing the names and locations of all known young Force sensitives deep within the vault. To purchase the holocron, you must seek out the tombs of the three great Zepho sages. BD1 will aid you on your journey, he will be your guide. Yeah. I would agree that it's confusing, but I also, like, like, I'm just trying to look for the collectibles. But I'm using a guide for the collectibles, and I'm just like, this is well and truly beyond like anything that I was expecting for trying to do all this stuff. But I'll be back in a second because taking a quick break. Alright, so now we will I like that my light on the controller is pink for some reason. It's actually just light pink. Not sure why they picked that color of all things, but it's fine. Alright, let's head back and try some. I don't know, like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Also, the other thing that's annoying is that even if we find something that's, even if we find some collectibles on the map, it's like, oh, they don't go onto the, you know, they don't go onto the thing. Like, you find the collectibles, they're not on the map. Like, you have to just find them the hard way. There's no, oh, they give you the indication. They give you the indication that they're there, and it's like, but that's not the point. Like,
sounds like you did. We'll be waiting.
I think people just looked at this game and were just like, oh, EA made a good game, and it's like, yes, but could it have been better? Yes. Could there be other things that are things, you know, that could be done? Like, does this get me excited for, like, Jedi Survivor? Does this get me excited for Jedi Survivor? No, not really. Like, we found a regular hog dog. Double the time with a combination of the Force and lightsaber attacks. Highly dangerous, lightsaber resistant. I like how it's lightsaber resistant, however we just beat up the lightsaber, so not quite as resistant as what they were expecting. The Ogdo is a highly threatening alpha predator at the top of the Bogano food chain. Creature attacks with an adhesive tongue capable of reaching 8 meters in length. It latches onto its prey, then pulls them into its jaws. This form of strike is particularly effective against most foes. Due to its thick hide, it is able to resist a straight-on lightsaber attack, and is extremely dangerous at close range, often leaping at a target to close the distance. So that's all the enemies, at least, that I got. That's all the enemies. Next up is... I guess we head back to the ship. Also, no mini-map is annoying, because there's no... every time you want to go and do something, you have to, every time you want to go and do something, you've got to go and, open up the map. Like, it would have been handy if there was a mini-map that I could have, like, looked at, but, EA didn't think of that one either. Like, EA did good, but it's like, they did also... Where did he go? Maybe over there?
I'll check it out.
Serious skeleton. Skill point for it. The structure of these bones suggests a large reptilian creature, and an analysis of elements within the with the bones date them as old as 1,000 years. I don't know, maybe I need to give it time to be able to maybe I need to give it time before I'm able to be critical of it or something. I don't know. Based on what I'm getting, based on what I'm being shown and given right now, I do not. I don't get the appeal.
My friend.
It's okay.
The Zepho had some interest in Dathomir. Strange.
Oh, you're going
Such
to
a
Far Cry
peaceful
4.
culture to have any sort of
I still have not
fascination
finished
with a
Far Cry
place
4.
so
I have the PS4 version. I've got the PS4 version. Sorry, I've got the PS3 version of Far Cry 4. How many platinums do I have? I believe we just reached 140. Yeah, I reached 140. I got Days Gone's platinum. That was the last platinum I got, which is 140. This will be 141, but I don't really... The amount of platinums doesn't really matter to me because of other issues, like all those really easy games. Like, I think quality over quantity is what people go for now, because getting the number of platinums doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, just the way that it is. Archive 3 Dathomir. Discovering Dathomir, my friend, I recently discovered that Zepho had some interest in Dathomir. Strange for such a culture to have any sort of fascination with a place so dark. There's more to be discovered on Dathomir. Yeah, I have Far Cry 4, but on PS3, so... And my PS3 is probably lost in the, It's probably dead now, like,
Good job.
140 is an impressive number, but it's... 140 is you may think 140 is an impressive number, but nowadays it's like so poor. Like it's so minimalistic. Like it means nothing. Did I give up Resident Evil 3? No, I did the grinding for it. I did the grinding for it 2 streams ago to get the kills. So I am going to do hardcore mode with the rocket launcher and all the other stuff to see if I can do that. See if I can do that and maybe some other stuff, but I don't think I'll get the platinum for 3. I'll probably... I can probably try and get the difficulty one done, but the other one scares me more. I don't like doing The minimalist play, the one where you have to have no item box, that's the one that I'm more concerned with. Faded Mural. Faded Mural located on Bogano, not far from the Zephyr Vault. It likely represents a planet, but the artwork is too damaged to make out any specifics. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, if your whole childhood was Xbox, did you start with the original Xbox, or did you start with the, because 360, the 360's always had, the 360's always had achievements on it from the very, yeah, okay, 360, so you wanted to, so were you, you got into platinum hunting last year, but were you achievement hunting before, from the 360, because they've had achievements from the beginning of their systems, apart from the original Xbox. Powered slow, dash strike. I think I want to increase my block, because I mean I had. It depends on what you would mean by childhood, because like I started with PC and PlayStation. I know I didn't, and obviously Game Boy, like Nintendo, stuff like that. But then I had most of the systems, like Xbox. Original Xbox is always going to be my favorite of the Xbox systems. There was just so much that they had on that. But okay, yeah, that makes sense. See, that was the thing, like, that was the thing that would happen, like, back in that point in time. You would have friends that would have, like, I never owned a Nintendo 64. However, there were people that I knew that had a Nintendo 64. So whenever you would go and visit them, they would have the Nintendo 64, and you'd play the Nintendo 64. You'd play the Nintendo.
Should be a lot quicker than the way in.
But that's why I don't have the same appreciation for, like, Mario and Zelda, is because I did not grow up on those games. And Zelda I never liked, but Mario, like, I've played plenty of Mario games nowadays, and I really enjoyed the Mario games a lot. Oddly pointing me that way. But, I can understand, like, I don't think that it was necessarily, for me it was not, for me it wasn't strict, it was, yeah, see, you're pretty lucky then, because I've owned all of the PlayStation systems, apart from Vita and the PS5. But
What's this?
They're getting better with the PS5. The issue with the PS5 when it first came out was that it reached 2 years. What was it? November last year was it reached 2 years of it being out, and there were like 5 exclusives. No joke. Like I know people say like, oh, some games have very few exclusives. Like the PS5 literally only had like 5 exclusives that I could think of off the top of my head. Like it was really bad. It was literally like, if you owned a PS4, all you were getting was just upgraded versions of the games on the PS5. So that's why if someone bought a PS5 and they never had the PS4, then it works for them. Boggling tunnels connect their nests and serve as a natural defense against predators. Able to dig 5 meters per day, boglings collaborate in heckles or large packs, spending approximately 1/3 of their lifespan digging the intricate tunnel network. But yeah, obviously a PS5 and that's the thing, the pandemic, PS5s were expensive, they're very hard to come by, Making a PC at that point in time is almost impossible because of parts shortage.
So you knew about
Making a
BD1?
PC from scratch is expensive. That's why, like, if you've ever watched any other streamers, like,
Oh, BD1, this is Grease. Hey, Grease.
this stuff, they're looking at like $2,000 for like a custom PC.
That is BD1. He's with us.
I don't care
Streaming
who's
and
with
stuff.
you.
I'm still using a laptop that's like 10 years old, and it's working fine for these streams. So.
I hope you found something better out there than this droid.
Oh, calm down, Breeze. He did.
But whenever it comes to like PC parts,
The vault was built by an ancient civilization called the Zepho.
I
A
learned
Jedi
like
named Eno Cordova.
when it comes to
had
PC
something inside of
parts,
it.
I learned
What did he hide inside?
A holocron from the archives.
when it comes to what you are looking for, you look at everything that's available
list
on
of
the market.
Force-sensitive children.
You find the thing that
The
is
next
the most.
generation of
You go through the
I
line.
knew it. Oh,
And you pick the
Cordova,
one
you
that
fool.
you think is like the
Knew it?
most expensive that you're
Yes.
willing to
A long
pay for,
time ago.
and then go
I
one
was his
step
apprentice.
back.
Cordova was.
So if there's a
That was
lineup
Joe and I are
of
probably the only
$500,
ones that know
$1,000,
about Bogano.
Hold on,
$2,000, and
wait a minute.
$5,000, if you think that you can afford the
Holocron.
2,000 one,
Stores information, but
don't buy the
only
2,000 one,
accessible to
buy the
Jedi.
1,000
Hang on,
one,
I think
for
I have
example,
one around
because
here.
it's like, you don't necessarily need the 2,000 one, because you save, you can still do enough on the
Use the Force.
one that's less expensive. But obviously, if it's like, you know, if streaming is,
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi.
for example, playing games is like, someone's like living, they're getting paid for it, then obviously they can justify spending
With that
more
list of
money on
Force
it,
sensitives,
because
we could rebuild the Jedi
there's ways
Order
around
and
things,
defeat
like,
the Empire.
Okay, no problem. Let's get it.
like a
Except
full-time
the
streamer,
Holocron
right?
is
Let's say
hidden
that they
deep inside the
need,
vault, and to
let's
get
say
it,
that
you
they need a
have to follow Cordova's
PS5.
path.
If they need the
You mentioned
PS5, they
something
can
about
buy the
planet
PS5,
Dathomir
and
and
then
a Zeppo
they can
homeworld.
claim that
All
on.
right, well, where are we
I'm
going?
pretty sure they can
Just
claim that on
asking
tax and
because I
say,
was
well,
thinking
part of my
maybe
job
we
is
could-
streaming games, and I need this
Look,
console, or I need this
before we do
controller, or I
anything,
need this PC part, I need this
I need to
monitor,
know
I need the sound system.
How come
You
you're
can
no
claim on
longer
all
Jedi?
that stuff, because it's part of what you were
I
trying
had
to
an
do. but
experience that
realistically,
changed my
for the most
perspective.
part, you're not really going
So
to
I
get that.
cut myself.
Oh, I
off
need
from the Force.
games to be able to think like, you know, sort of
But you
thing.
still want to rebuild
There's a
the
certain
order.
amount that you can claim back.
I believe that rebuilding the
That sort
Order
of thing.
is the best chance we have against the Empire. What do you believe?
I believe I can't keep hiding from the Empire, so I don't really have a choice.
Cal, as long as you're alive, you will always have a choice. Are you with us?
We're in.
Dathomir or Zepho. It's your choice.
Oh, okay, we get to pick which one. Alright, multiple entries. Got a bunch of stuff to read. Rebooting the Jedi Order. After revealing she no longer uses the Force. Oh, okay, so well, we know that she is we know that she's a Force user, but now she's actually saying she doesn't use the Force anymore. So I guess that means that would make things harder. Seri sent Cal to an ancient vault. Along the way, Cal found a friendly droid named BD1. Joined his quest. On their journey, Cal reached out to the Force, remembering his ability to wall run. Inside the vault, BD projected a message from Master Eno Cordova, detailing how he hid a holocron containing a list of known Force-sensitive children within. To access it, Cal must find the tombs of 3 Zepho sages. With BD's aid, Cal embarks on a journey to rebuild the Jedi Order. Okay. What else did we get? Apparently we got a bunch of, It said multiple entries, but I guess every character gets like a bunch of entries available. Apprentice of Eno Cordova, Seri reveals her mentor was a Jedi named Eno Cordova, a learner who studied lost cultures and often challenged the wisdom of the Jedi Council. While the two remained in contact throughout the years as a Jedi Knight, they were never very close. Encrypted files. Upon learning that Cal is a Jedi, BD1 reveals an encrypted memory log of Jedi Master Eno Cordova. The log proves vital to beginning Cal's quest and guiding him on the journey to retrieve the holocron. Okay, so now we have access to the encrypted files. So what was the annoying part in the previous thing was that we could not grab encrypted files because they I think we had to wait for them to unlock. That's another thing that really annoyed me. Why they introduced you at the end of the first level encrypted files, which are collectible, and then now you have to go back all the way through the level to go and find the encrypted files that you missed. You get an EA for you, I guess. Jedi Master Eno Cordova was a scholar and explorer revered for his knowledge of ancient civilizations. After experimenting a vision of the Order's doom, Cordova hid a holocron containing identities of young Force sensitives, the Bogano Vault. Else... Cordova's journey. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. These are the requirements. Nothing's missable in this game either, so that's fine. Hang on a second, I just realized, so we got an encrypted file via the vault, and then now we could go back and grab some other collectibles. Think we could go back and grab some? I think we've already, like, entered. Right, what do we have access to?
If you're not ready to leave, don't bother me.
Well, if they want us to leave, then I'll leave. First of all, we'll plant one of these
It's lonely
seeds.
in there. Better find more seeds.
So, the big issue with these seeds, right, is we have to find 10 of them. These seeds grow over the course of the game, but they would grow on in-game time. So obviously the objective will be find all of these seeds as soon as possible and put them in, and that way they grow over the course of the game while we're doing stuff. Otherwise, we could be waiting. Alright, well, if they're telling me I have to make a choice between one or the other, I'll, don't have any skill points, right? Got some other custom lightsaber pods. I wish that this was more than just aesthetic. Like, then it would give you more incentive to wanting to like buy it. I have to get some of this stuff, but. Like, it's really only there for aesthetic purposes. Like, it would have been... Because, like, what... You're essentially going around collecting a bunch of chests, and all the chests do is, all the chests are is just, like, cosmetic items. Like, they're not even an upgrade, they're just... Here's how to improve the look of the lightsaber. That's all it is. What else have we got to him? Okay, we've got 2 planets.
Seer, can you feel the Force at all?
Okay, it's
Yes.
Seer. I gotta remember that it's
Instead
Seer.
of opening
Pronounce it
up,
as Seer.
I push it back down. The exact opposite of what you should do.
Out there, I remembered something about myself before the Purge. It was painful, but like I found a piece of myself.
That's good. You're learning to embrace the Force again.
How can you say that?
This is so weird. I'm looking
Because
at
I
like
know
my
what it means to
CPU
live
usage, and
without
it's
it.
saying it's like in the
Okay.
20s, and yet
I'll keep
it's.
trying.
I remember yesterday I was streaming, and it was saying that it was like it was in like the yellow, but yet now it's in the green. It's like I don't know why it's doing that. Kid talking to you?
Later, Cal. Please.
I don't think we can talk to you anymore. I was thinking, like, should I go out and grab any of the collectibles that I am missing? Because now we have access to the logs. We just left the thing, we grabbed everything, and then don't think there's anything else in here that we can really do. Is that growing already? Like, actually, it is already growing. I can see. What happened was we grabbed the thing, and then it's like that counts as something off, I guess. I feel like
Let's take a look.
we're gonna search Zepho for ancient tombs. We're here already. Zepho is. They give us a choice between Dathomir and Zepho, but I think we picked Zepho. What else is left to do? Like, so many chests and secrets that we still haven't grabbed for this as well. What I was doing was, it was like, oh, we grabbed the thing, and then it's like we made our way back to the ship. It's like the only things I remember being able to grab were, well, actually, because we made it back to the ship and did everything that we had to do there. There was a chest there that I know that I could have got. But, yeah, maybe we will just go and grab some of these. Because I don't think the enemies have spawned back. We haven't been using the. I have not been using the meditate option. Oh, okay. So we don't have that yet. So I remember, like, we couldn't even, oh, yeah, I don't think I can do anything. So. Now that it was actually saying it, actually, this area was telling me that I could have gone and, done something before. Now I remember that there was a, something down there. Oh, right, this was the area that they were talking about with the, I think this was the area that they were talking about. With the, gold chest. Yeah, this was the area that they were talking about with the gold chest. Now I remember. I don't think we suffer from full damage. We don't take full damage at all.
Stim crate. Should be...
Okay, that actually is going to be very useful.
Wait, can you carry more? Thanks, BD1.
So it actually was worthwhile going back to grab that. Now we have an extra, extra health. I don't think I can grab that. This area here is where, a wall run? It's like, doesn't make sense for that to be a wall run, man. This might be something. This oh right. This thing here is like a something we can probably push. that actually makes a lot of sense then. Let's go and head back to... We head back to the ship. Here's the... Ah. Back. Even trying to get back to the ship. I got head-to-head went the wrong way. Okay, where did he go? He's disappeared somewhere. Ah, he's over here. Oh, he's telling us that this is the way back. I don't think I can go any further because of the, I think pressing the way that we did, we can't go back to that area until we get some other powers. This is such a maze. I'm trying to find my way back to the ship. Right, I think I made it somehow. Yeah, because I remember we came this way, and then like something happened here. We can't activate this now, so we can't even go back to the area until we get like certain things. It's a really annoying like collectible hunt kind of thing, because I understand locking certain stuff behind certain powers, but like here they've just like locked everything. Everything's like locked down now. Gonna go to the next mission.
Picking our next destination.
Alright, well obviously the game's telling us to go to Zepho, so that's where we're gonna go. It says to go to Zepho or Dathomir, but it's like there's nothing on Dathomir. Normally playing, I would go to the other planet. Like if it was like Ratchet and Clank, for example, I'd go to the planet that's not the story related one to go and grab anything bonus. But it's like we're gonna have to go to Dathomir anyway for the story, so we may as well just go to the planets that are requiring it to go there. Hey, we can view the map ahead of time. Let's view the maps of some of these to see how... Like, I mean... Oh, we can. Only, like, small bits of them, but... At least view something. Game is so awkward with everything that it does. I'm just... I like how we've already explored like so much percent of it, and yet we haven't really done that. Alright, I'll just leave. Alright. Off we go to the next planet. Probably gonna be a bunch of cutscenes.
You remember me. I came to Bogano looking for my former master, Eno Cordova. Hi to you too. You two must have spent a lot of time together alone on that planet. You must have left right after you were activated. Do you remember the last thing Cordova said to you?
Good luck, Jedi. May the Force be with you.
The log left for Cal. Nothing else?
I don't know if I'm supposed to do anything else here, but I guess we have to just wait around and the ship is not doing anything.
Time to land. Get up here.
What? Why did they not tell me this before? Like, a lot of them is just standing around waiting for the ship.
Look at a storm brewing down there. This might not be the best time to land.
Yeah, something strange. Those winds are interfering with our comms.
Hey, Cordova mentioned something about peace in the eye of the storm. Well, I can just make out a settlement in the middle of it.
Then we have to get there.
Copy that. Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid. Unless the wind picks up. Can you tell that bucket of balls to keep his opinion to himself?
I'm sure everything's under control.
Yes, it's under control. It's just a little tricky. Okay, hold on. Huh. Perfect landing. Easy money, baby.
But I'm still getting a lot of interference on the comms. It's gonna take me a minute to get them back up.
I'll search for signs of Cordova in the meantime.
Good. I'll be in touch once I crack this. Cal,
How far out Plant is,
you did good work on Bogano. The more information we gather on Cordova and the Zepho, the closer we'll get to stopping the Empire.
I've heard of ancient cultures, but don't know much about them.
I only knew that Cordova was obsessed with the Zepho, believing their teachings to be important. I, too, was intrigued by the mysteries of our galaxy. You better get moving. There's a lot to learn here. Good luck.
I can see you two have been through a lot. It's not easy.
No, it's not. But I think of those who believed in me at one point. If I give up on myself, then I give up on them. I'm sure you have a few of those.
Prof, a friend on Braca. He sacrificed himself so I could live.
He believed in you. A lot of people depend on you, even if they don't know it yet. Keep going, Cal. For Prof. For everyone.
BD-1's a helpful droid.
He does seem to be warming up to you.
Cordova must have really liked droids. He decided to leave such important information with BD-1.
I only assume he chose BD-1 because he needed some sort of ability to store encrypted information. These exploration droids are good tools for that sort of thing. But I'm sure he's more than that. Please, I'm trying to collect my thoughts.
You can see the plant's already growing fairly fast. Already, I don't know if it's fully grown yet. Like, I don't know how they consider what's fully grown or not.
Something really peaceful about watching a plant grow.
I wonder how long it would actually take, like, to watch all the plants grow. Someone should do that as a speedrun. Plant grow percent. Don't think I have any skill points. We actually unlocked another ability there. Hey, we already had the sprint strike. No, we did unlock something. Asteroid leaping slam. No, we didn't. Well, we might have. Where's the guy that probably still piloting the ship? He's just disappeared as well. Alright, well I guess for now we make our way off the ship then. I said, why couldn't I access the map? Alright. So, among some crates on the shelter to the left. Oh, he's outside.
Good work. Oh, we did it. We did it. I hope you're not hurt. What are you looking at?
Who are you talking to?
Just my ship, the Manus. Good name, right? Intimidating.
Like how the
You know, you
hair
probably
is
never
flowing
even
in the-
flown a ship. Maybe I'll teach you one day. When
hair
you're
is-
done with
is
your
a bit
Jedi stuff.
weird.
I'll even give you a discount.
It's dangerous being on the run, huh?
You're telling me. You lose someone?
His name was Prof. Traded his life for mine.
Sounds like a tough, strong guy. Not far from myself.
He was. Since the day I stepped foot on Braca, he watched over me. Never complained.
Never complained? On that trash heap?
I just hope he didn't do it for nothing.
I never do, kid. I never do.
Nice landing, Grease.
Me? Oh, yeah. Not a problem. It's easy for a skilled pilot like myself, especially when flying a ship like this. This baby was a steal. Well, I mean, I didn't steal it. I bought it. Well, I took out a small loan. Big loan, actually. No, it's fine. Look, we're all fine. Don't worry about it. Don't you have Jedi stuff to do? Get to it, kid. What do you want? You're up to something. Nothing gets past old Greasy. I'm watching.
Hey now. Something we can use? I think it's sealed. Hey! So what was in there? I think it's sealed. Another one? Well done.
Imperial excavation. Storage crate. Storage contains to transport fragile goods. The outside is made of a heavy metal that can easily withstand Zepho's high winds. Alright, so now we will... Next thing.
Watch out, BD. They don't look friendly. I'll check it out.
Cal, can you hear me?
The Empire. They found Zepho.
If they were following the Mantis, we would have been swarmed already.
Could they be looking for the tombs?
Let's hope not. Just got our comms working. I'll try the same workaround to crack into theirs.
What to do next? Oh, sorry, I'm just checking the data bank. Why did it not update my... Oh, is it technical guide? For some reason they gave me the Stormtrooper as a thing. I think the way the game works is, as we defeat enemies, well, if we find a dead body of an enemy, as essentially defeating enemies, we can get a hold of a... May attack efficiently in large numbers, a lightsaber will reflect shots back at them. Imperial Stormtroopers are the front line. For a second there, I was about to read the franchise soldiers. Like, they pretty much are the franchise soldiers. They're the fodder of the Star Wars universe. Of the Galactic Empire. Conscripted from worlds across the galaxy, they have been trained to support the might of the Imperial war machine, identify threats indiscriminately. Armed with a variety of weapons, including long-range blaster rifles, they are most efficient in large numbers when they are made proof overwhelming. Scout Trooper Baton, Imperial Electro Baton, given to troopers stationed in remote areas where unexpected threats may arise. These weapons were crafted from the same components as Clone Wars era Electro Staffs, but have updated Imperial modifications.
Can't open it. Got a scan?
I guess I didn't scan those other ones before, but we have them now. Scares, capable of 2 different attacks, will bite at a prey's heel or lock them down with a leap that cannot be blocked. Opportunistic, often surrounding prey when they are locked down. Scares are most commonly found in the shade or dark areas where they can maintain cooler body temperatures. Due to poor vision, they are especially vulnerable in bright light. They are most dangerous in packs, often biting and locking their jaws onto prey, providing an opportunity for the others to strike. Looking for where did we come from? We came from this way, right? Going left takes us back to the thing. I think we have to go through this cave first, because it doesn't mention, like, there is a cave. In here there's a couple of things I do. I want to make sure that I'm going the right way.
Mother used this fabric to keep her child warm. They were on the run from something.
The Zepho village is hiding, a piece of fabric used by a mother to protect her child. They were on the run trying to escape from something. So what I don't understand is, like, so we have the lightsaber out right now, doing the light like this. For some reason, when we have the lightsaber up as like this, it somehow illuminates the entire area. I don't understand why that. Like, kind of annoying because we have to constantly, like, be holding it. Simcaster.
Never thought I'd be so happy to see a crate. It fits. Thank you, BD.
I think the way these work is, we're running low on health. We can use this to heal ourselves. I think there's 10 of them in the game in total, and I think they heal us to full HP. So now we make our way out of this area and back towards the thing. I think they make us, there's 10 in the game and then they give us a full heal. That's what I did last time. I had a feeling I was about to fall. The next lot of collectibles are grab the 2 at the area, grab these 2. Damn it, I picked on one of them. Just, only one more collectible. So back at the house and climb a platform. I think this... Okay. I do like that though, that you know, we make some progress through a...
Hit him! I see. You're alone now, Jedi.
Sure. Warning, this area is off limits. Imperial Code 94364, no selling or trading. Ooh. That is... better be comfortable. We came from up down here and made our way up this way.
Hey now. Did you find something, BD1?
Okay, remitter. Again, I wish these were not more than just aesthetic. Alright, abandoned village is the next thing. Beat up some troopers and then on the next one. Can we jump up? Gonna try and jump up to that.
Yeah, Skunk has got in his corner. Found him!
I guess we'll carry.
Understood.
Think I can as a carry this? Should be able to scan these guys?
Oh.
Get down here!
Okay, Scout Trooper. Can block limited lightsaber attacks, but defense is easily diminished, easily defeated in single combat, dangerous in numbers. Imperial Scout Troopers are specially trained stormtroopers in service to the Galactic Empire for a range of missions. They are equipped with light armor for greater mobility and specialized helmets that allow for greater adaptability. Armed with electro riot batons, when blasters are identified as insufficient, they are especially skilled in melee combat, crowd control, and defense against a lightsaber. Right, well.
I'm slipping away!
Good thing that there's an easy way to get this done. Right, cool. What did it say the area was? It's like there's multiple stormtroopers here, so obviously I'll have to deal with them. Head left along the cliff edge to a doorway. Oh, up this way. There are some enemies over there though. Okay, I see what they're talking about.
Take her and go. I'll lead them away.
Skill point.
Buster, no!
Separated. A bag left by a family as they became separated. The father caused the distraction, allowing the mother to escape with their child. Alright, so there's still going to be some enemies to deal with over there. In between two houses under a broken bridge, we'll go to the next one. These are easy to find if we don't have to use anything specific.
It's all lies. The Empire just wanted this land.
Hey, a fiction notice. Civilians must immediately report relocation. Looters. Looters? Looters or no, it's looters. Looters will be shot. In accordance to Imperial Code 94364, no selling or trading without proper authorization and explicit consent. Property and its belongings are now under the protection of the Galactic Empire, General Market at 203rd Squadron. Okay, so that's that one we've done. Next one is on a roof by in the building in the main area by a yellow chair. So for another outfit item. We're gonna come across the enemies anyway, so.
Hostile, get ready!
Alright, I was actually trying to parry there. Good.
Open fire! Charge forward! He's hard to track! I see.
Okay.
Someone's down there!
Didn't see the enemy there.
Don't lose sight of him.
This coming from somewhere. Oh, I see this. Wait. Oh, over there.
Shoot the enemy!
Oh, over here. There's multiple.
Attacking the enemy! On my way!
Okay. They must have just only recently spawned. They must have only recently spawned because they weren't there originally. Now what I was looking for, but deal with. Wait. For a second I thought I could hear them, but
Oh, okay. Something was in there.
New outfit material. I don't think I can equip these in my. Actually, no, I can because it's a. Oh, it's an outfit material. So I can change the actual color of them. My map isn't showing up. Wait. I'll try and roll. I don't want to go down only because there could be some other stuff around. I know that there are other enemies. Walk along the pipe and then go to the ledge. Another shit. There's gotta be some other enemies around. I did hear them. They're probably over this way. There's a doorway, but I don't know where the doorway leads, so I'd rather, I see the chest here. Okay, what? Is that where I'm supposed to go? Like to this? Because does it say that I have to double jump? That's the other issue. Like this thing isn't saying that I can double, but maybe I can make it across. No, we can actually. Apparently, we can make it.
I think I saw a Jotaz near here. If it comes around, don't you dare think of running again.
Okay, there's enemies over there, so that makes me think that I can head over there. something, so I don't know if this is the correct way to go, but my map is weird, so actually no, so me heading along this way would actually make more sense, because this way has a blockage, so what I'll do is I'll head back this way to see what there is. Clearly there's something in here that I don't know of, so I think this way is the way I'm supposed to go. I don't know where this way inside leads. Some enemies over here, so at least get rid of these ones.
Jedi, engage with caution! Oh look, he's scared! Get up there! Alright, again! We'll end this quick!
Why is the parries not working? That's all.
Jedi!
Wait for him. That guy's different.
Got a scan?
Scout Trooper Commander. Able to block... Okay, that explains why. So, he can block, parry, and use specialized spin techniques. Stronger stamina than their subordinates. Scout Trooper Commanders lead squads of specially trained stormtroopers into combat for the Galactic Empire. Scout Commanders armed with riot batons are extremely adept in melee combat and should not be taken lightly. There's something over there as well. Maybe that's the way we're supposed to go with it. Why was that not appearing on my, Why is that not getting mentioned? Why was this not mentioned on my,
Where are you taking us?
The Empire's forced the villagers from their homes. Frightened refugees, shipped off to work camps. Or worse.
Yeah, a pack left by villagers forced from their homes by the Empire and shipped off to labor camps or worse. I think now we have to head the way that we were going to go. The next area it's saying is to go to the next area is saying to go to a turbine facility, which I'm thinking is there could be something in here, but I don't know what it's for. Doesn't actually say on my map. This is heading back to the derelict hangar. Oh, this might actually be a sorry, this might be a shortcut. Yeah, we've got a save point here in case something goes wrong, but skill tree. I update. I thought maybe I could update the like other these things again, but I don't think I got like 2 skills available. Probably gonna get the empowered slow. This is probably a shortcut back to the area. Get this out of the way. This just takes us back to the oh, that's fine. We know which way we have to head. Can make it up to this place. though, because I'm jumping too soon. Or too late, I think. Like, there we go.
Jedi, engage with contact.
Wait for them to shoot. Okay.
Come back here. Something we can use?
Kind of like the system for the, Ghost of Tsushima, where there was a bunch of, like, stuff, but it was not to do with the thing, which is unfortunate. Next up is... Okay, the next thing is in the turbine facility, which is where we're coming up to. Trying to look around, because there's probably a lot of those, like, around, because... I think that's considered as a perfect parry or something like that. I do like the system here, though, because it's much easier. Yeah, we can't, we need a link for this, which we don't have access to. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, this here, I think, like, this here is a, I think this is like a force pull that will, help us get to other areas. We're in the turbine facility now. They left or right? Guessing that nothing's gonna attack us here anyway. That was close. I nearly oh, my death, though. I mean, he noticed because he made a sound. Be a reason why. Okay.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Bogano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible.
I was expecting there to be a, Archive 1 Discovery. Oh, we can actually... I just didn't realize this. We could play these, instead of... We can play these instead of, listening to... Instead of, we can play them instead of, reading them. I might check that myself. See what else I can... I think they're the only ones that are allowed to play, but I only just saw that myself. Otherwise, I would have just let them read themselves. Now that I know about that, I will make sure I take note of that for next time. I think the only ones that play are the Cordova's Journey. I don't have to read them anymore. We'll go through and do all those just to go through all these just to hear them.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Bogano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible. This planet, their homeworld, has been a revelation. It appears many, yet not all the Zepho, could wield the Force. They called it the Life Wind, and those who wielded it, sages. 3 names appear with frequency: Eilram, Mitral, Kujet. It seems these sages held esteemed positions within their culture. I've informed the Council to lukewarm reception. They have become too focused on Jedi history, but the history of the Force belongs to us all. My friend, I recently discovered the Zepho had some interest in Dathomir. Strange. For such a culture to have any sort of fascination with a place so dark. There's more to be discovered on Dathomir. My friend, my name is Jedi Master Eno Cordova. The Bogano Vault, constructed by the Zepho millennia ago, granted me a vision of the Jedi's doom. To preserve the Order, I've hidden a holocron, detailing the names and locations of all known young Force sensitives deep within the vault. To access the holocron, you must seek out the tombs of 3 great Zepho sages. BD-1 will aid you on your journey. He will be your guide.
Alright, so that's that out of the way. Oh, I've actually just completely missed over that. I have actually missed over it. Then go across the pipe and look left of it. What I'm doing. I mean that it's over. Yeah. Here is the voyage. Strange that unless I've already got it. We entered from... I think it's here.
Hey now. Oh, something was in there.
So I grabbed that, and we grabbed the next place we have to go is into the gusty blocks. I'm guessing we have to head outside. We don't have... No, we have that already. Sorry, we do have full slope. Where are we supposed to go? We are going the correct way. It's weird that they had that one first. They should have had the other one listed. Oh, it's just about the fence there.
What's that?
Oh, did you see that? I was trying to parry and the thing jumped down and like knocked him off the roof. Oh, I see. There's a we just fall slow on the probably do. How much time do we get given? Because I need to make sure I time this a little bit better. Like this. It's probably too early. That's too late. We made it. We're in the Gusty Bluffs now.
That looks like a problem.
So... Oh, there's a meditation point above. I did not know that there was a meditation point above, otherwise I would have... Oh, I didn't even see there was an enemy here. Hopefully I can go back and...
Thanks, BD1.
Apparently I might have made a mistake. I don't know if I can make it back up here or not. I didn't see a mediation point where I landed, so it's not showing a mediation point. That makes me think that maybe it's a later on thing. Oh. Okay, it might be up here. New objective added to.
I'm hungry. You say so. I'm stepping back.
They just exploded their own. Okay, I don't think I can deflect a rocket launcher. Oh, actually, no. The Force should be able to deflect the rocket launcher. But that guy, does that guy count as a different stormtrooper? Oh, he's gone now, unfortunately. Okay, so apparently here we have to do the thing to make it so that we can get to slow it in a way so we can reach the next meditation. I mean, it's probably not high enough. Still trying to look for this, I haven't seen an area with the mediation point yet, so maybe we just haven't come to it. See, there's one up here, so I think it's here. I think I get what I have to do. We want to make it so that we can run up to that. Too late there. We need to get to that mediation point rather than the... I keep saying mediation points, and meditation. Do we have a scan that we can do there as well? Should have done that scan first. Yeah. Might be get a free level up. Villager Shrine. These monuments once served as landmarks and memorials for the departed. The villagers on Zepho possessed deep respect for the dead. Acknowledging that their struggles enabled the survival of the living, it's possible these stone sculptures were inspired by ancient Zepho architecture. Okay. Also, did I sink a trophy up? Because I'm supposed to do so. I think I did already. So climb up the ledge and we have to. Should be a cave that we can go to. Why is we're not getting any more, like, things unlocked? We only see what's available. I don't know if I can pick anything. Okay, we can't learn any of these anyway, so why are they so far, like, why are they there? That's one thing I don't really understand. There's supposed to be an enemy that guess I didn't, I don't think I did the thing with the enemy. Did I? No, I did. Like, for some reason I didn't, I guess I didn't trigger. Falak. When provoked, Falak's low vision makes it difficult to change course, often crashing into rocks when charging. Falak hooves adapted to keep them steady in mountain passes, making them resistant to the push and pull of Zepho's high winds. Blacks are masterful climbers, able to move with ease on mountain paths. Solitary by nature, they leave their mother's side early to find their own territory. The horns on their heads are their greatest weapon. When two Falaks clash, the sound thunders across the mountains. As they age, their horns steadily grow, adding a new ring for each year of their lives. Early, because this one's gonna be good. I think what we have to do is we have to like. It's gonna be very weird. How we do this? Maybe while I'm in motion I can do one, but... That's, I think, what we have to do. We have to time one and then the other. That's bad. Actually bad, well... And so every time we fall, we take a little bit of damage. I was trying to aim for the first one. But that was timing-wise bad on my part. This is difficult to try and. That should have been earlier. But fine. Now we just have to get across this pipe. Although the issue that we now have to face will be we have to go back to doing. Actually, I probably could have done that. We also don't seem to take full damage, which I guess makes sense because being a Jedi.
This crate was moved here by
Fairly light, so one more
seemed anxious for some reason.
life essence and
Pressured to find relics.
Relic crate built by anxious stormtroopers. They met their quota this. Okay. Next area is the weathered monument. Not sure why I'm heading this way. I'm guessing it's because there's a faster way to get back to where we intended to be, but shortcut maybe. Okay, actually just took us back out to takes us back out to where the meditation spot is. I mean, I could just jump down here. It shouldn't be fun.
Did you see? Intruder! Above! Keep the distance. Moving.
Very easy to parry the shots back once you see them. Okay. Shortcut, huh? Alright, where does this actually take me? Shortcut to where? Because. Oh, okay, this brings us back to where we Alright, now I know where we are. Been the weather off yet? I was trying to be fancy.
Get the Jedi!
Trying to figure out where we just were. We're at the weathered monument now. We head along this way. Gonna take out the enemies first.
Okay, Jedi, fight me.
Wait, what just happened? What just hit me? Is that a rocket that might have hit me? Like, obviously the way straight ahead is use the wind gusts near the wall runs. Like, use the wind gusts near the wall run walls to reach the ledge up above. Maybe it's there. Surely there has to be something up this back up this way.
I see you down there.
Oh, right. Okay, they're up there. I don't know if force... Actually, no, I don't have anything I can do with that right now, because I can't use, I can't use, I've got nothing to deflect the rockets back. There's some reason why this is here. Or not, maybe it's just... visual thing. Wasted all that time coming up here then. Fine swing. Okay. I like doing that. I don't think I'm at the point where I need to be yet.
He's there, right there. I can't fight anymore. All right, again.
I gotta try and be careful here.
Make him hurt. Stand him. He'll slip up. Understood.
He can, like... We are doing the parry correctly, it's just that, we are doing the parry correct, it's just that the, those enemies have to be... have to, like... wait. But that's the collectible, and then there's the cave, which I think is where we have to go.
I can't push it.
Location marked, press to open holo map. Okay, I guess they've marked that for some reason. That guy has a... I don't know if I'm heading the right way. A lot of ways to go. Gonna obviously make a save here, just in case I... Could also be using the... Could also be using the maps to figure out where these things are. We are... Maps. Hard to navigate. Don't think I'm in the area. Well, the thing is like it says back in the village, force slow the fan. I've seen that fan, and then there is I see the echo there. Use the wind gust near the walls to reach the ledge up above. Go through the two narrow walls to reach the other side. I'm missing something. So obviously this is the fan that they're talking about. There's a cave there. Saying something about the wind gusts, which... I just see what few ways to go. Like 2 ways to go. There's above and below. Fight the enemies here.
Near Hannah. Mercy.
Mate of a villager who died trying to save his family from the Empire. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, like... Saying something about use the winds from the... I feel like I might have gone too far, but... That was the wall run thing there, but... Something about the ledge above. That was the dead villager. It's like back in the village. This one here says, use the wind gusts near the wall run walls. But I haven't seen any wall run walls, yes. No, there's this cave here. There's also a cave up there. So I don't know which way is taking me to which direction. Like, where... There's Imperial headquarters. That makes me think that this is not the correct way, because it's a entirely different area. I've already saved, so I mean, if I missed it, I've missed it. I can't do anything about that. They're the wall run walls right there, but it said near the wall run walls. Use the and there's also a cave up that way as well. Where does this lead? There was an enemy up here, which made me think that I had to progress up here. It was going to take me towards maybe it's here. It's still leading me towards the... There is a, like, oh, like, I don't think I can jump to this. I think that's gonna, like, lead to... We're gonna come back down this way at some point during the story.
Found you, intruder. I'm watching you. Guard is pretty solid.
Yeah, this also leads to, I guess, a, I think this also leads to a, the way to go. They're both leading towards the Imperial headquarters. Okay, at least here I can, if I drop down, I should be able to, I'm also trying to look at and see where, like, those 2 wall run walls are over there, but I didn't see any wind gusts that I could use. There must be something. Like, the only wind gusts are like these, and like it doesn't look like it's there. So maybe do I come back? Do I? There's something that I'm missing. So I already have it. I'm gonna check white out just in case. White out. I don't have it. Weird that it's just not. Use the wind gust near the wall Wall-run walls to reach the ledge up above. Go through and use 2 narrow walls to reach the other side. Then look to the left to find the ledge. But I didn't see any, like... We came down the... We came down... slide. Then after coming down the slide, we jumped up to the thing and there was nothing there. And then when I look here... Unless, like, we can't... Because we're like... How did we go? We went that way. Oh, there's a platform there. I don't remember there being a platform there when I started. That would be what it's talking about. We slid down. I don't think that I can make my way back to this platform because it's too high up. But I've somehow missed something there because unless that area opens up later, because there is something right there that you can see, like a circular thing there. That might be with the gusts that will lift us up to be able to allow us to wall run up to there and then up to there. But we can't get to there and do it, so I guess we'll just move on to the next thing. Okay, this is weird that it's like, so go to the lightsaber bench and go up to the... I might have just missed something. These maps are just so weird to try and find everything. That one they already have, because that was in one of the... Go to the lightsaber bench. Go to the lightsaber bench and go past the wall run panel. Machine, you have to fall slow. Alright, well, I guess I'm heading towards the Imperial headquarters, but I'm not... It's still... Gotta be more stuff around here, because it's barely, like, explored. Maybe we have to head up that way, because we... I don't think it's possible to get up there, because we need to... If we wall run, we'd have to, like, double jump, I guess. We don't have access to double jump. Like, I can't jump up here, so... And that's all fine, I can't do that. I don't think I can jump up to there, because it's stuff that we're missing, so... I think we have to actually go inside. Because it's mentioning about, like, a lightsaber bench, which I haven't seen a lightsaber bench. Drop out of the factory. When you drop out of the factory back into the village. So that's what we're... So we have to head towards the village. Head towards the village to go and grab what we need to go and do, and then go and sort out what we do next. Okay. What do I want to do? There's 2 ways that we can go. We can go up. I think this way is blocked, so I'll try going this way first because it's showing that it's blocked. Then I'll go up the other way. I think this way will be blocked.
Seer, there's a transport ship leaving the Empire's base.
I heard. They plan to bring Zepho artifacts to Coruscant.
Does that mean?
That the Emperor is interested in Zepho? Maybe.
Villager was wounded, but he took out a trooper.
Evidence of a fight. A stormtrooper helmet left after a struggle with a villager. Alright, so we don't have this
You want
yet.
to hold the line with one of those charging at you?
They have horns. You have a blaster. You can shoot them.
What if it doesn't stop?
Just stand your ground next time.
My jumping is always so off with the stuff. Alright, well, we found something. Oh, we found a seed. We
Can't
found
wait to
a
watch these grow.
terrarium seed. We need the scamp link for that as well. That means we can go back to our ship and at least do something. But these things are not going to come for later. So we can't get those two things because it's like reading this. It's like actually no. There's a we could actually when you drop out of the when you drop out of the factory in the lightsaber bench. We haven't reached either of those yet. And then in the area with three, climb up the rope and take a sharp right. Okay, I actually need to head back. There's a chest that is back with the. Must have missed the rope. Oh, right there. In the area with the three pipes and a thing, there's like a. Where's the... Did I miss... Like, we're right here. Like, there was another assault thing, but it's like... They mentioned about the three pipes. There's something right there, so maybe that's what they mean. Yeah, this is... What does it say? It says, in the area with the three broken pipes and the heavy assault trooper, climb up the rope, take a sharp right around the corner, find this chest on a rock. And it leads back outside, which you'd think it would be in here, but maybe it's outside again. Am I just missing the rope? I'll bet this one. Yep, here it is.
Hey! Did you find something, BD1?
Yeah. Some of these things are gonna be annoying to find. That's fine. We found the thing, we found the Plat as well, so we're gonna go to the Auger. So the Auger pulverizer's next. I do like the movement here, for example, like bursting really fast along the pipes and stuff. No, I wasn't prepared for that. That's our first death. Restore. When you die, you lose all your XP gains at your last skill point. Okay. Damaging the enemy who killed you will restore your lost XP and refill your life at force to their maximum. Okay, that makes sense. So we have to go back and kill him to get our XP back. Alright, that makes sense. I was just going through to see what would happen because I didn't realize we were going to get attacked by stuff, but I think I have to block there and parry them or whatever. I don't know how much I lost. I said I lost. You lose all the XP that you had from your last skill point. Does that mean that you lose every collectible that you've collected as well? Because I need to check that. Just go and check if we have the collectibles. So do we have the terrarium suit? I don't know if those appear. I don't think those appear at all. Check if we've got this. We can't check the lightsaber one because that's not going to work. Need to check if I've got the. Well, I guess we'll find out. So I just have to, well, it's showing here that I've still got this here, so. But I guess was he talking to himself? Because. I guess he was talking to himself.
Enemy below.
So he just dealt with that enemy for me. Life Force and EXP. That's interesting that they've done it like that though. So it's very similar to like
What'd you find?
Dark Souls, I guess. At least I think it's like that in Dark Souls. Actually no, I think. Well, I know in Nier Automata and stuff, it's like, oh, if you die, you could go back and like recover your body, and it has like you can go back and recover your body and you get all your stuff back. And if someone else helps recover your body, they can, by doing that, they gain, like, other things. And stuff like that. Rocket Launcher Trooper. Manipulate and deflect projectiles using the Force. Okay, so we don't have any Force. We have only Force slow, so that's not gonna do much when. It's not gonna do much when we fight all that stuff. It's not gonna do much. It's not gonna do much when we try and fight because of the we'd want to like use a projectile against them, for example. Trooper will reload after firing, providing time to close the distance to strike. Rocket Launcher Troopers are specialized stormtroopers serving the Galactic Empire's campaign over the galaxy. These deadly soldiers are armed with an RPS-6 smart rocket launcher, a long-range weapon that's incredibly difficult to deflect. Trained to eliminate insurgent activity, diminish uprisings, and quell dissent, they provide an effective means of ground support. Though menacing, their weapon must be reloaded after each shot, allowing targets to evade or attack.
With the Emperor's will, we've occupied Zepho, redistributing its inhabitants. This planet has failed to yield significant data or relics for Project Augur. Its electromagnetic winds have rendered the bulk of our mining technology useless. Meanwhile, more stormtroopers lose their lives to dangerous fauna. We will not be able to fulfill our directive here. It is my recommendation that we disband the project and leave a token outpost to keep scavengers from stealing our technology.
Hey, Project Augur Officer, Project Augur. In accordance with the Emperor. Actually, no, wait. That's just what you read. That's actually just what they read, so we don't have to worry about that. Alright, next up is.
What do we do about those things with the horns? Vilak, they're dangerous if they hit you, but their eyesight is terrible. So if I can get out of the way, I'll be fine? Yeah, just don't get hit. Just don't get hit, just don't get hit. Easy. Got a hostile! The last one!
Oh, okay. Something we can use?
Okay, we can't do what are these for? Hollow mapping for the stim canisters, okay. Next thing is, so we got that already. So we have to slow the first one and go inside the dark area. Slow the next one when it's to the far left and quickly step on into the alcove and all that. Okay. There's gonna be another chest coming up. Completely missed. Sliding part. This sliding is we're completely missing the rope. What happens if we die from fall damage? Does the ground retain our force, our XP and stuff? How are we going to defeat the Earth that we stand on? I need to figure out where this, okay, it's right there, is the, like, there's a little alcove thing out there that we're trying to get to, I believe. I just... I was trying to do it too early. It's this way, right? Because then they said at the end of the cave. At the end of the cave? Yep. And the next one's like we have to force stop, which we don't have access to. We have force slow, we don't have force stop though. Wait, I was still looking around to see what was. I guess I somehow was still in the range. Not sure why I'm not seeing a chest. Why am I heading out this way when I need to go up that wall one? Not what I was intending. How do I get across this? I thought I was saying something about a wall run. It's like there's a wall run thing here, but it doesn't look like. Maybe I do have to head through this way. We can't enter through there. It's not gonna water. One of these areas must allow us to get through. Oh, there's a climb. I think I have to slow this down once it's leaving. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead because I didn't get enough time to. Okay, that's not good. We jump onto the top of this. Or not. A wall run or something here. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. This climbable? That's That's not one. Something that I'm missing. After getting past the pulverizer using force slow and defeat, no, that's not it. After wall running up onto the third pulverizer and heading outside. Yeah, so we have to wall run. We have to wall run on top of this one, third one. But that thing's gonna hit us. So how do we get high enough on the wall run to be able to?
Cal, the Empire's pinpointed your location. You need to move fast.
On it. Thanks.
There's a flimsy fence that you can jump through, force stop the pulverizer, drop down, and keep using slow to reach the metal group of flight. I think they mean this one. Good thing they put a save point right here, so I can reload if I die. I think I'm doing this correctly. I just don't know where the what does it say I have to do? Drop down, keep this to reach the metal grid. There's a metal grid. Find where this metal grid is, and then that's why I'm not far. Maybe it's like a beams. That might be what I can do. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Jump down and then just keep using full slow on these. Yeah, I see it over there. I think I can do this without, I think I can do it without, double jump. If I get a good jump. Or, and also if I can, like, get through this without things going wrong. The big issue here is that it's not getting through. I want to get through. Barely made that. I'll take it. Take it.
These workers lack proper leadership and motivation, which you cannot provide.
And we got a life upgrade for that as well. I'm gonna jump down here and then make my way back. Apparently we got a secret or something. A riot baton that belonged to the new commander of Project Augur. She was determined to make progress and prove herself. Alright, so... now we have to do the annoying, like, get through this again. save the game and then go to the next thing. Which I think is just chest on the left. Got a health upgrade, that's nice. Enemy over there.
Just me?
I like it.
I see you.
Won't kill me! Firing! Alright! End him!
I'm trying to figure out why what I'm gonna do.
Take him down!
So the parrying's
You
not
won't be
working.
routed!
They can parry us. They can parry us, but we can't.
I'll drop you!
So there we go. That's what I was trying to do.
Hey! What do we find?
New Mantis pet shop, okay. That looks better than what we currently have. Okay, so now we have to basically make sure we do a wall run and then we climb up that and thing. Not more, I've got to get used to turning much sooner. And also, like, making sure that we hit the ropes correctly. Now, what am I doing wrong here? This is really, like, not great. This is, like, way worse than, like, Uncharted and Tomb Raider in terms of... Like, imagine if this had, like, those hard modes on them where it's like, oh, if you die, like, on a platforming section, you have to redo the whole, like... That time I jumped because I think I jumped like twice. Come on, like... Oh, this is so silly. I knew that was bad because of the... We're gonna be stuck on this for... Bro, I remember, like, being stuck on these in, like, some of the Uncharted ones were annoying. Wait, what? I mean, I'll take it, like, at least I'm alive, like, not anymore. Probably could jump my way a little bit to a better position than it. At least my health is taking less time to go down because of the upgrade. Come on! This is so ridiculous, like, very consistently, like... Wow. But it doesn't look like my health is going any further down. What happened there? Is it because I didn't do the jump wasn't full enough? Like, this is like a, oh, this is like the gag reel. Like every death we thing, like just randomly just. No. We're not losing any more health from full damage, but I can't get by this one area just because of reasons, like it's... God, why? Why? No, that time I would have been fine, and I just jumped too soon. Who would have thought that the hardest thing about being a Jedi is... Yeah, I wonder if they get them to play like Super Mario 64 and get them to do like, those slide levels where it's like, oh, this is how you become the true master of being a Jedi. You, have to like, never fall off the, you know, down these ice slides. Oh my god, it's just... This is... Okay, No, I was trying to readjust, and... I don't know how many more of these there are gonna be in the game, because, not through the level yet, and I'm failing every time I do it. Come on, like the game isn't even like being like fair with it. You know, like I'm jumping in the right position. And stuff like that happens, where it's like we run into the wall and then it closes down. Am I gonna be stuck on this for... This is worse than some of these Uncharted and like Tomb Raider ones, because like I don't know what's going on with the movement. It's like it's sometimes really stiff and then other times like this should be okay. Out of like 2 attempts we had like, and they got there like one other time.
I found something.
What do they know?
No mention of Cordova. I don't think the Empire knows he's been here.
Then we have the advantage. For now.
I don't think we're in the... We're not in the ancient... Actually, no, we are. And... Gotta make sure that we do these walk runs. There's gonna be a second one. Now that's the same wall, isn't it? Like if I run across this one, it's gonna just take me to the thing. Here it is. Next,
This is a waste of time. What is Crane playing at? Impossible that anything useful is in here. Questionable use.
Imperial container used to transport many of the artifacts found during Project Augur. The workers doubled the worth of some items. Yeah, that's that one out of the way. Okay, so the next one is in the dark tunnel. Find a better lit area with a blowing vent. There's a blowing vent and there's a hidden ledge. What we gotta do? Just make it down. Yeah, this is fine. Like, obviously this is, it's not Dark Souls in terms of difficulty, but, I mean, I could imagine it being Dark Souls difficulty in, like, some of the harder things. Like, I'm doing it on the most easiest one, because I prefer it that way, but, I could see this game being, like, a Dark Souls style. Examine what? What does that to examine? Or something around here that said examine. Please don't, like...
That's interesting. We're on the right track.
Mentioned these must be the wind tunnels, because I remember, yeah, can't do anything to them, but looking for...
Can't get through.
It's just like... The dark tunnel ancient, you'll find a better lit area of the blowing vent. Oh, right. Okay, so that vent thing that we passed was the vent. We can't do anything with it though, because it's I guess we have to activate the vents for later. Next thing is ice caves. That's weird. Why is it saying from windswept ruins when we haven't even reached windswept ruins? We haven't reached windswept ruins. We have not reached there. Force push, but we don't have force push. That's not going to work. So once we get to the meditation point, there's an area to drop down to. Next.
There's a storm up ahead. Something about it crippled the Empire's equipment. I can feel something pulling me there, beyond the storm.
Follow it. Let the force sharpen your instinct.
Something down there.
All right. I'll do my best.
Before we head down there, I'm gonna meditate. We have a skill point. Might as well use it. What do I want though? 2 points. Attacking Out of a sprint allows Cal to perform a special lightsaber attack. Taking out, that's probably going to be useful. See, what's weird is, like, we have... Like, you can see stuff up above, but... and on the sides, but we can't get to it yet. Must be something that we, are able to do. Right, well, I see where the other one is. I was mentioning about, like, you slide down, get to the meditation point. Gee, there's something up there, and then there's something down that area as well. So let's drop down first. We have to drop down anyway, but... Drop down, at least look around. We can maybe find some other stuff.
Huh.
So these gonna
one of these. Wonder if
these are gonna open up later. They're gonna have to open up for later. I think before I head up, I want to make sure I pour everything down. Seems like we have to head upwards anyway. I did see something over this way.
Hey now. What is it?
Why did that come up here? That's weird. Oh, maybe because that one we can't do. That's. That one there we can't do. That one there we haven't done yet. Where are we currently? Because it's like, it says we're in the windswept ruins, and yet we're not. This is for the different area. The ice. This is saying ice caves, and yet we have not. Maybe the ice caves is like through there, because we haven't got. That explains why I'm not seeing any of these things, because like the ice caves. Skip the ice caves because I don't think we can get there yet. Windswept rooms, here we go. So, duty and resolve at the bottom of the stairs leading to the tomb. Supposed to see a rocket launcher trooper on a platform, but we haven't seen that yet. Next to a wind vent on the right. Ah, what if that's what we were supposed to do? I didn't think of that myself. What if we were supposed to lure the rocket launcher trooper to hit the fence? That might have worked. I didn't think of that. On the ground level, the steps blind force push forward. We can't do that yet. From the meditation point, look up the stairs towards the tomb. You'll see a wind vent straight in front of you on a platform, so that we can't use that yet because we haven't got the wind vent. What happened just then? Something just happened on my stream. That was weird. I thought I saw something. I had to check to see if that did. I don't think anything changed. Well, I just noticed something happened. I wasn't watching at the time. Okay, so we are coming up to another story-related thing anyway. Well, next thing I have to wait for is this rocket launcher thing. I'll still look around because there might be some things I can scan. This is I think this indicates force push. We don't have access to that, so we can't do it. There was where we came from. Guess now we just head up and gonna be a stormtrooper somewhere. Trying to push L1. That looks like the way it was supposed to go. Terrarium seed.
Things are pretty cute.
Yeah, that's interesting. So why did that one said ghillie seed or something like that? Why did that ghillie pod? Oh, okay, it was fine. The meditation point, yes, that's what I'm sure. The meditation point, so we've got a couple of seats in this level. We couldn't get the first one at the start of the thing, but we at least got two here. Which we can put in once we return to the ship. Alright, so the next thing is, wait. We need to wait for like the wind vents to be activated, which I guess is going to happen at the end of the level. I can see over there's a chest right there, but we can't access it because we don't have. If I head over here, there's probably going to be one of those things around. Yeah, it's right there. So we have to activate these to get the wind vents to work. That explains why we couldn't do a bunch of stuff, because wind vents aren't activated. Maybe they become activated later. There's supposed to be a rocket launcher troop that comes up. So the next thing's in the tomb area. We're heading to the next area, the next story point here. I liked that they were more innovative with the okay, this reminds.
I've seen a storm do that before.
This reminds me of like a puzzle from.
Yeah, it's incredible.
This reminds me of a puzzle from Tomb Raider. The wind. I guess we're supposed to slow everything down. Where did he go?
My friend.
Oh, he scanned it for me.
The earliest Zepho site we've uncovered yet, despite my reservations. I cannot chase the Bogano vault from my mind. Its visions shape the direction of an entire culture. I must understand why.
I guess we're just waiting for. Then I have this extended. That was all that it was.
I'm in the tube. It's massive.
And the Empire?
No sign of them down here.
What about Cordova?
Still not sure what I'm supposed to find. He's a little...
Eccentric? Tell me about it. But he wouldn't send us here for his amusement. Keep an open mind.
Pretty much there's another... in the room with the first giant sphere puzzle, in the back left corner, we have to find there's another thing that we can read. Some sort of puzzle with the I think we have to push it down here with the wind or something like that. But this might reactivate the wind. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah. I saw like a speedrun for the game, and they completely skip these puzzles. Wait, what was that? Okay. Word of caution, don't hit those. See them, just don't hit them, leave them alone. Okay, they also respawn. I also missed something because in the room with the first giant sphere puzzle where you have to manipulate, I guess we have to we haven't reached there yet, but I can see one of those things over there. We don't want to touch it. It's scanned for it, at least. Skungus. Avoid contact moving carefully around central pod. Explosive core may be utilized as a defense against other enemies. Skungus are parasitic plant-like organisms containing explosive toxic spores which may detonate when a threat approaches. Smaller pods burrow underground in clusters, comprise a larger central hive. Known for their putrid smell and soft brain-like tissue, various forms of this invasive species exist. Yeah, I don't know what happens, like, I move too close. Nothing's happening, it's just as long as we avoid them. That's it. Avoid. Right. So we've got the wind that's pushing this way, and the wind that's pushing that away. So I guess the objective is we have to get the ball into the hole there. Okay, that opens up the opens up another testing to see what all these do. Okay, so I guess that's the Just gonna go into a circle, I guess. Wait, there's one over here. There's one over here that I can open? Just realize there's a door over here.
It's not just wind rippling through these chimes. Voices. From the past?
Instead of wind chimes left behind by the Zepho who built the tomb. And I didn't see this one here, but I guess this is just gonna make it so that it, saying nothing, I'll request a hint. I would rather just... I want to see if I can solve the puzzle myself. Okay, that makes sense. I'm glad that they offer you that option though. So, in this game, it's like, oh, if you're stuck on a puzzle, like BD8 can help you. Okay, so once we've solved this puzzle, again, the central platform will rise up, and then we feel a room underneath. Well, I don't want a hint. I just want to like what we've done currently is we've activated like the wind in a rotation. To the point where it's just going to keep rotating in a square. If I can turn. Like, I think I get it. Then what we do is that one will then get pushed. One will then. We'll then push that, and then we need this central one here to. We need to not have this be on. Guessing like so like the larger, I was thinking like the larger the wind. I was thinking the way that the puzzle works is like the less wind. We also haven't gone into here yet. I was thinking like the less wind that's pushing, that means that the more power comes to other sections. Maybe I don't actually know. We haven't been in here yet. Actually, see if there's any like other clues. This thing here, there must be something. Some reason why that. That opens up. Perhaps if I turn it off. Maybe I can grab onto it. Might be able to like grab onto the side there. Yeah, I can grab onto the side. Yeah, this makes sense. Grab onto the side and then grab onto the side here. Okay. That's what we do. All the way as far left as we can. Wait. Might not be able to do it if I have only a single jump. Or I might have to keep this on. Need more swing. There we go. Alright, now we just, now we have plenty of, momentum. Good. Ah, we're back to the... This is a different area. So is that not... Is that puzzle not important at all? Because... Did I skip a puzzle? I doubt I skipped a puzzle, but... Maybe I just went a bit further ahead to, so I'm not gonna get up there. We can't do anything with this ball because we don't have any, well, we can do that. Something over there as well. There as well.
Never seen that before.
Oh, figured that was gonna be something. I'm gonna have to heal. Up. We don't get. Don't have a lot of those. Tomb Guardian. Strong, slow, and protected by a central power core. When glowing, power core may be removed with external force and careful skill, allowing a critical attack on the Guardian. Ancient automaton constructed by the Zepho, it is believed the Tomb Guardian's central function was to protect sacred sites. As detailed of their abilities remain mysterious, if encountered, one should proceed with extreme caution. Cold and indifferent, they attack not out of malice or defense, but from a programmed response to intruders. Known for powerful, unblockable strikes, they can prove especially threatening in limited areas without space to dodge their attack. Their primary vulnerability appears to be the power core located above their central abdomen. Any disruption of the core should provoke a shutdown. So we know if we see any of those, that they're like the Guardian. Curious, like if I activate this, it'll surely if I activate this, it'll make this go to where it's supposed to go. Wait a second. Oh no. I've been updating the wrong thing, haven't I? I just saw it. Yes? No? No. Did I see it? No, I haven't been updating the wrong thing, because it's like, this is... For a second there I thought I was updating the wrong thing. No, because it's like, I can't move from here. It only let me move, it only let me select the abilities, because I was just like, wait a second, there's force and survival on the left and right side, but then... I can't, like, move any further. It's not letting me think. I thought I was only updating the lightsaber category. So activating this should, activating the thing here should do something. Just allowing for something. There's some stuff here as well. Okay. They, Why is it not letting me grab onto that? Still haven't solved that other puzzle, so maybe like I've gone too far, but I saw that happening. I'm still not sure what I'm doing right now. Trying to get to the roof. It's gonna be another time where we just can't get onto the roof. I don't even know if I'm hitting the roof too far or not. Imagine if all of this stuff is just me. I can't do anything if I don't solve the puzzle. Well, I figured, like, well, if the puzzle's not gonna solve itself, like, but if the puzzle's not gonna be solved, then, would have at least, like, prevented me from progressing too far. I guess we can't progress. I don't think we can progress here. That means me coming along this way was pointless. Well, I didn't know. I know now, but I guess we have to solve the puzzle first before we can do anything. I think I've gone too far ahead. Hopefully I can make my way back. I don't actually know. Well, if they're gonna put me here, like, there should be a way. There should be a way to go back. Actually, no, we can. Maybe we can. We just go to the right side. Go to the right side, and then it'll push us across. Still not sure how I'm getting this far through the thing without completing the puzzle, but okay. Unless I somehow did, but that's the thing, it's like, I don't know if I'm making no progress or not.
Ugh. This lightsaber can't solve everything.
I should try and get across there, but... reasoning for this area? Nothing here. The actual purpose for this area. There was a save point there. There must be a reason why they just decided to give us a save. I'm so confused. I didn't solve the first puzzle, so I don't know if I'm far ahead in the thing. It didn't go into the center, that's for sure. In this area here, it's just wind is blowing. And here there's a save point. And there's like nothing else. Why is there just a random save point? Dropping down is not. Oh, it's spinning something, I see. Something over there is spinning. But... Is that what I'm supposed to do? Just like keep making this thing so that it spins, or? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, why is this here? Why is? I feel like I've gone too far, but... Here for a reason. We activated it. But what's the reason for activating it? Because we'll run over here. That's how he got there. I think. What happened was I came up here and then it's like turned this on and then I've gone and saved and then do I make my way back now? I don't know, I'm very confused. All this stuff here is still glowing. Thinking that I'm supposed to make my way back. For some reason. That's the way we get back. No, it's not. Get back by jumping inside. I'm just gonna have to head back and figure out what to do with the puzzle. I'm very confused with this area. It's not showing up where we have to go. You know, I just activated all the wind stuff just so that I have something at least. Obviously, we'll be coming back here, I'm guessing, but a bit confused. I think what I should... Well, actually, how do I make it back? Because we're stuck here. We can't make it back here. The thing, like... So this, we've already... Yeah. I don't know if I've just stuffed it, made it so that I can't progress any further. chance. Because, you can't make it back from here now. Some reason why those, I just have to look up this question. I'm at the point now where I'm too far forward. I've saved already. Well, I saved that. And these things here, they explode. Only if I, like, get close enough. They're not doing anything. They keep respawning, so that makes me think that there's a reasoning to keep. And they gave us a save point for a reason. They gave us this for a reason. The only thing I can think of is I need to... Oh, I can't do that either. Then they gave us, like... Apparently there's a way to go that Oh, wait a second. I know. Oh, right, that's what we can do. I think we can jump. We can jump to the wind now. That's what it is. Yeah, sorry, that's what we're supposed to do. I'll wait for all these to respawn to like fly off, and I will. That's what we're supposed to do. Now I know. That's what we're supposed to do. Fly all the way across. Let's see if you'll walk into this. That's I am actually just genuinely curious. Have I just skipped a puzzle somehow? Something here though. I didn't ask for a hint. Okay. We didn't solve the first puzzle. Then one thing's story related. One thing is story related. Another thing is force push. Yeah, there's a lot of things in here that I still haven't found. So I haven't even found any, I haven't got force push yet. I haven't found the, stuff that I'm looking for. It's very confusing, this, area. We don't have force push yet, that's the other thing, so I just think that I have to keep going, I guess. all saying force push, so maybe I have to make my way through this area just to get force push, and then we make our way back, because we're supposed to force push that into this, so... Maybe I have to get through here, just to, like, I can't beat the puzzle until I've already done everything. Should be able to run across this. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do, just make my way through. Because that's what we did last time, we made our way through the entire, like, area, and then ended up getting what we needed to solve it. So maybe that's what I'm supposed to do, because, we haven't solved the first puzzle yet.
What's that? Thanks, BD1.
Ancient statues. These statues were carved from the natural cavern walls. They depict Zepho holding spears, possibly the same kind used to power their tomb. Another force push thing. Like, I haven't done any collectibles yet to be able to see or understand if what I'm doing is correct. But I think we need force push to be able to solve the puzzles. Something right here that's about to happen. And we're about to, okay, so that's what had to happen. We had to go through and like do mobile learning for the thing. Alright, well that explains why I wasn't fine here.
Focus. The Jedi do not seek aggression, but we stand against it. The Force is there to shield us. The obstacles in your path define the path. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, try again.
Push the ball towards your target. Okay, so we had to learn all this.
At the target. Push the ball before it reaches you. Try again. Keep your eye on the ball. Good. Continue.
What is going on here? Like, it says to tap... Do we have to hold it? Do we tap it? Do we... Then press R2. Press R2 or hold R2, like...
Faster now. Complete the test.
Oh, alright. I'm just getting balls pelted at me. It's not... You said faster now.
What stands in the way becomes the way.
Alright, so now we have access to push, right? That explains everything. I don't like these, So essentially, it was like, we couldn't solve the puzzle, and then it's like, go around and do absolutely everything that you have to do to get the force push, and then solve the puzzle. Okay, so now all these areas that were originally not available are now available to us. And also the annoying part is now, all those things that we grab, all those things that we pass, we now have to go back through and get all that again because I think it's so annoying. They did it like this.
We did it.
What's the story? Alright, I think this is the story stuff. Alright, too late, doesn't matter.
My friend, take a look at the detail
Man,
on this bar.
it's better to clear this out anyway.
The distinctive striations. It can only be a rosha tree from Kashyyyk. It's time to call on an old friend. If the Zepho had contact with Kashyyyk, there is a good chance Chieftain Tarful will know about it.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna read all these in a second, but I'm gonna take a break, so I'll be back in a second, and then we'll sort out what we're doing with this force push. So we gained access to force push, used it, and then now I guess we have to finish solving the puzzle and make our way back and do all the other stuff, so see how that goes. Alright, okay, this is interesting. So, were we supposed to do Dathomir first? Because we're getting, like, we haven't got number 2 yet. Influences from Kashyyyk. During his exploration on Zepho, Master Cordova uncovered a temple dedicated to the sage, Eilram? Or Eilram, I should say. This exploration revealed further mysteries of the ancient culture, including their fascination with Kashyyyk, the homeworld of the Wookiee civilization. Curious to learn more, Cordova's path took him to Kashyyyk, where he sought wisdom from his old friend and Wookiee chieftain, Tarful. Alright, got multiple entries though. But we've already heard these ones. Oh wait, it's not prepared for a boss fight, but alright, we'll fight. Guess we'll fight a boss here. Tomb Guardians are vulnerable during powerful attacks. Oh, okay, so that we use the opposite of push them. That's fine. Well, we know that for now. But a different one.
Good job.
Eilram sarcophagus. Oh, sorry, Eilram. This ancient Zeffo sarcophagus holds the remains of Sage Eilram. They were the first of the Zeffo to establish a relationship with the inhabitants of Kashyyyk and loved the planet's greenery dearly. Now their remains forever buried beneath the roots of a stone rossia tree. Alright, I'm gonna head back, get some of these things, and then we'll go through this. Well, smash through this thing first, because it'll, Destination unlock Kashyyyk. Right, so did we just... I'm actually now just curious. Did we beat this without doing the puzzle? We beat this without doing the puzzle. How? How did... how? There was a puzzle! There was a puzzle! There was a puzzle that we did that we didn't do, and I just went through the area, and then all of a sudden we found the way that we're supposed to go for... How? Have I... How did we solve the... I thought what we were supposed to do was we were supposed to solve the puzzle, and then it would take us to the thing, and then it turns out, I guess it's like, no, you don't even have to solve the puzzle, you just... leave. You just leave the puzzle alone, and then you go and do everything else, and then for some reason it's like, okay. Okay, I mean, I'm still gonna go back and, grab the stuff, but... Cal has healed his connection with the Force. New skills are available. Okay. What do we unlock? Oh, okay, we unlocked a lot of stuff now. The mass push. Holding push allows Cal to push groups of enemies and stagger large enemies. Enhanced force recovery. Cal regains more force when he defeats an enemy and regains some force when he hits a blocking it. Burst slow. Holding slow allows Cal to slow targets around him, increases slow duration on target jet. Greater force attunement. Cal's maximum force is increased. Repulse, an airborne attack that allows Cal to push away enemies when he lands. Okay, so that's like a ground pound, that's really... Delayed thrust. Waiting longer to press attack after Cal swings his lightsaber allows him to perform a special attack with increased range. Okay, that's similar to what I remember from, they did that in the Force Awakens game. The Force Unleashed games, I should say. Improved stims, Cal recovers additional life when using a stim canister, so that's going to be useful. I'll definitely be getting that. Cal's maximum life is increased. And agile deflection, Cal automatically deflects blaster bolts while he is sprinting or wall running. That's really going to be very useful as well. I'm very confused. We were supposed to solve a puzzle, and then the game was like, you don't need to actually solve the puzzle, I'll just do the puzzle for you, and I didn't ask for a hint either, so... I don't know which way this is going to take us. Hopefully it's not out. I still have things I want to do. It's not taking us out, it's taking us to this.
This was deliberately destroyed. I can still feel the hate of the act.
I read that incorrectly, and I thought I can still read the fate of the cat. And like, wait, what cat? What did they do to the cat? Remains of ancient artifacts deliberately destroyed for some purpose. Alright, so what I'll do now is, because we have access to Force Push, and for some reason we solved the... For some reason we were able to solve the thing without actually doing it. I'm gonna go through and grab whatever stuff I'm able to get access to. And I will... Can't warm. The reasoning for this. It's clearly something up there. Okay, that's a push. That's right, we need force pull for that. Can't do anything with what we have right now. That won't help us. Alright, we'll head back and see how far back I can go before I... Never mind, we can't go back. Only going back. Game knows that we done something, so I guess we have to make our way back the hard way. We'll use force push to open up a bunch of stuff and then we'll get on. But what's weird is like that puzzle is still able to be solved. Like we don't need to solve the puzzle then. Unless we have to solve the puzzle to get out, that's the only other thing. We're being led in a very particular way, I guess I would say. Like, I go here. Couple of things that I can do on the way back. There's like several things here that we can do, and then there's just the tomb by itself. And we've still got all the stuff on the outside. I may as well backtrack and grab what I can. Oh. Actually, I didn't need to do this. I could have, I actually could have, maybe I need to force push the rock a bit. Wait, did they respawn? Enemies? Shouldn't have, because we already fought the enemies. This one here we can go. Right there. Didn't think about, like, I could have just, This is at least an upgrade to something that could be useful.
The Zepho crafted this artifact as an offering to the wind. It was destroyed intentionally for some reason.
We'll be going... For some reason, I thought we had to solve that puzzle to be able to do it, but it's like, I guess not. Remains of an ancient artifact constructed as an offering to the wind, but destroyed intentionally for some reason. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of like force push stuff here. So I'm gonna have to go back and like figure it out. I like how it's still asking me for a hint for something, and it's like I have not is there another thing? Maybe the game just like felt sympathy for us and just like solved the puzzle even if I didn't want the puzzle to be solved. I don't think that's what happened. So we get one for solving the puzzle. Story related, which is what we got. Drop down to the floor. Oh, okay, and then we got a force push for the next thing. So, force push the rock. Follow the path, pushing a couple of rocks till one drops down to the level below. Right, so I can push this further. Oh, I can push it to this one. Now I see what I have to do. So it's like we push this just down here. And then I just keep pushing this along the way so that I can. Now I'm curious, like, why this is... why it is... Maybe... oh, I might have to get it up here. Oh, I get it. I know. Down this way. Maybe push it down this way, and then it'll, like, be really... like, it'll go off the thing, and then... There we go. That's what I'm supposed to do. Please stay up there. Part of another puzzle. Alright, we want to be careful. I'll let them through. What else? Oh.
I'll check it out.
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating.
Wait, why? That was all that was said. Alright.
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating. It once served as a proving ground for Force-sensitive Zepho sages, but was converted into a space to honor their remains. And yet nothing received greater honor here than the Force itself, the life wind as they called it. Oh, it's beautiful to see.
Alright. What else is there to do? There's gotta be more to this puzzle. Do another. Okay, there's another ramp, so we're gonna have to get another. We're gonna have to send another bowl this way. Way to climb up, and then there's a way for. Oh, wait a second. This is the starting area. We've already been up this way. Ah, but there's a bowl in there now. How do we get it? How do we get it out? To get the bowl out of the need to get the bowl out of the thing. I wonder if this will I think I've got to maybe smash through that. I think I know what it is. We have to get it out of what it's currently doing. I'm trying to think where it would, gotta figure out what I have in mind. Missing that one number 4. Missing number 4. Something about climbing the wall. Check that for a second. I get the feeling I need to get this out of the need to get this out of the thing. But how we do that, I don't know. That's going to help solve the next thing. I also need to find where the next I've been here before because that area was showing that I was something. I don't know why that was not. Why are the enemies back? I don't want to hint from them. I don't want to hint from the possible. Need to get back to trying to find a collectible that I need to grab first, and I think it's what do the actual things say? It says drop into the room on the left, and then force push the rock, follow the path, push another couple of rocks till one drops down to the level below, and then we use that to climb the wall to the left, on top of which is the axis. So I don't know if it's in this room. Might be in this room, but usually you can see the echoes on the thing. But I mentioned something about using this rock, using that to climb to. Is that it up there? Like there's a. That's it there. I just saw something like highlighted. What is it like? I done something incorrect. Up there, there's a. Get up there. Actually, no. To get, we already went up there. That's the other thing. We've already been up here. I think we have at least. I don't know. Like. Oh no, we haven't been up there because there's a. We have not been up there because there's a thing. So I'm thinking what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to actually get this. Use this elsewhere. I better get this up here. Even though I should already have I mean, I'll have to go back and do this again, but that's fine. I'm gonna make sure I get the. Try and get it into here. There's a few things that I have to hold before I leave. I don't know what's wrong here. It just does not like. Trying to get it into this hole here so that I can. Need to get on top of. Need to get on top of here. But I've already been up here. Weird thing. Why is it not? Why is there no This is the wrong area, but. No, this is the. We've already done this. Done ages ago. There's a room that's like... There must be a room that's somewhere else. So drop down and go to the room on the left, but there's no... No room down this way. No, I haven't got what I'm looking for. For some reason the enemies have respawned in some spots. I feel like I gotta get something in here, but... Missing something. Wait. I'll check the map, but this way we shot everything through here, broke. Now after breaking it, just like head up here, then we put it in here, and then it opens up that area. So for some reason, I remember being in there and there wasn't anything there. So I'll just redo it again to be sure, but I missed something somewhere, I guess. Going around in circles, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. Not what I was hoping for. I was hoping that it would stay up there, and now I can't get it back up, which really annoying. So now I have to try and get it back up again. Please go into the area, like... I had it there before, and now I'm trying to do it again. Or can I get it back onto the area, please? Like, we had it up there in the slot already, and I took it out because I thought, oh, I'd done something wrong. I guess apparently I haven't done anything wrong. It's supposed to be where it's supposed to go. Now it needs to stay up there. Somehow it rolled out of the thing. Right, so I think it's supposed to be in this side room, so... Apparently in this side room there's supposed to be something that I can grab, and then when I checked there was nothing there. And so I already have it. That's the only other thing I can consider. Like it says. Wait a second, what was that? I heard, like, rocks falling. Okay, I'm officially, like, lost. Confused about what I'm supposed to be looking for. There's no room that has these things in it. It makes absolutely no sense. Like, I'm not trying to solve the puzzle right now. I'm trying to see. The only thing I can think of is that I need to put the thing in here. I can already do this. Might as well just get this out of the way because it's there. But... I don't know what this is supposed to... This is the... Really? Is this the area that they were talking about, or... I don't think it is. No, chest. Give us a,
These were used in
Force
several meditation rituals. I think they were training Force users.
Zephyr meditation relic used in ancient rituals to train Force users. It's not here, it's definitely not here, but for some reason I'm trying to look for what I need in this area, and it's just not correct. The wrong area, I guess. I don't like these maps. Where is the... There's like a long... I don't know if I'm even looking at the right spot. Issue is that, like, I don't know if this is above ground or below ground, because, all it says is, from the meditation point, go through the sarcophagus room and in the next room, drop into the room on your left. Force push the rock, follow the path, and push another couple rocks until one drops down to the level below. Use this to climb the wall to the left, on the top of which is the echo. That's not accurate. Like, it's not... And I can't test to see if I've got the thing, because I don't have access to the, thing. Like, but I don't have this, Zepho culture collectible. It's number 4. I'm missing number 4. I don't have number 4. I don't have number 4. It's just not... Doesn't make any sense. I can see where they both are. Unless it's outside, but that's it shouldn't be outside based on the it shouldn't be outside based on the order that we're getting these things. At least I don't think it should be. Depends on which meditation point I guess they're talking about, because it doesn't mention which meditation. And what would I mention about the sarcophagus room? Like, the sarcophagus room is the... is... like, the main room that's thing, I think. Still something here that we haven't pushed. It's so hard to find everything in the right order. The map is all over the map is terrible. The map is terrible and all over the place. It's all over the place. Can't even navigate correctly, like, through where you're trying to find a collectible. The guide doesn't tell you, like, correct and accurate, like, and it's still asking me to do hints, and it's like, I've already... And then, like, this thing here is making me think, like, there has to be another... Like, there has to be another thing that's going to go up this way, because the idea is, like, it's going to fly all the way up to here. And why else would you have it fly up to there if there wasn't going to be a thing? So I need to get another ball into there. But something needs to go into there. How do I get... Because I can't push the ball that's already in here off into this panel, because this area will get blocked off, I believe. I push it out, it'll get blocked off. At least I think that's what it does. Yeah. See that closes. Because this closes, this makes me think that I have to try and get this off of the thing because it's still showing up as a ball. And there's no other options that I have. But then, even if there was, how do I think I have to burst through this somehow. The only thing I can think of. And that worked. Yet when I tried it all the other times, it did not work. Really inconsistent. Hopefully it doesn't fly off. Going to, because it's over the other side. Up there now? It should be up there. Just... Wait, what? Oh, is it... I get it, it's just gonna continue, There we go. It's gonna continue, Okay. Where did that open up? What I'm looking at? So if I needed to be up on top where the thing was, that's bad because I don't have I was around. I don't know where it opened. It opened something somewhere that I access. Okay, we can climb. Can we climb this? Alright, just what we're looking for. Wait, this... Wait a second, this takes me back to the... Correct or not, like... Takes me back to here. I don't know if this is where the... Like... I'm just gonna use this. Hope it's the best. Follow it down. Hopefully it'll, hopefully this leads to the right thing. Activated something. I don't think I did the thing right. It's not gonna take me into the... God damn it, like... What a terrible, like, puzzle. It's not even a proper thing, like... What is this? What is this actual map? What is this area? I'm done with this area, like, trying to find what I'm looking for. Like, I can't even... Now I'm trapped in here. Can I leave? Can I come back?
The Zephyr went to Kashyyyk.
Oh my god.
Cordova mentioned someone named Tarful.
after all that, and now we're...
They were old friends.
Think he's still around?
Please, like, let me go back down.
We have to go.
That's not what I was intending. My intention was not to do this. In the eye of an enormous storm, Cal and BD-1 found the Tomb of Eilram. Inside, Cal saw a vision of his former master, Jaro Tapal, which helped him rediscover his ability to push objects with the Force. As they were leaving, Cal and BD found another holo from Cordova, pointing them to... I'm hoping that this leads to the collectibles that I'm missing, otherwise I'm going to be frustrated. It needs to be way more clear. Way more clear than what it has been. Like, I could have completed the tomb easily, but it's like, not with all this going on. I really hope that I'm going to be able to get the collectibles here. I don't know if I've missed anything. That's the issue. You can't even, like, the collectibles don't even show up on the map at all. So I'm gonna have to see if I can head back down, because I did the entire puzzle to get out of there, but is that gonna get me the stuff that I need? Because there's a meditation point. No, it's not, because we're back outside. We're back outside, so that means it's inside. That means it's inside, so... What is going on with this game? Like... So I have to go back. It's definitely not there, like... It's definitely not in Windswept Ruins, like... It's in the tomb area. It's in the tomb. I'm gonna look up another guide. I'm gonna have to look up another guide because it's like it's not accurate. Like we're coming back out. We're going back out now because we've progressed the story. Somehow it's not. I'm not seeing where I'm supposed to go. I hope the enemies haven't respawned. Then that's gonna take even more time. There's like two ways to go. Why does this take? This is a different area. At least I think it is. Okay, what's going on with the map? Can you see that? Game is. Oh, it's because it's tied into the wall. Maybe like there's some stuff here. This is like back to the very, very start of the thing, like. Guess I'll have to just check here again to be sure, but I don't know what's going on. Really hoping that the, yeah, it's just let's back down to here again. Walmart. Yeah, maybe that's here. There's a that wall run thing is towards the... Yeah, so we've already been. Wall run thing there. Could be that one, but that might have been where I missed something, but it's not exactly, they said to drop down. I remember it said to drop down. And I remember getting this one as well, because it's like we're in the sarcophagus room, right? I remember getting this. That's the game, forgot that I grabbed it, but shouldn't have, because I remember grabbing it. And I've also not, the other thing to consider is I have not seen it on the map at all. So I've not seen it on the, like, in-game either, where I'm looking. I'm gonna use another guide. I'm gonna use another guide because it's just not. I can't find what I'm looking for. It's not very clear at all. It's not clear at all. Where is the? And I don't know if I've got any of these other ones. I've got this. I've got broken artifacts. I've got this one. That one's fine. It's the one where it says it's like on the thing. I've got that. That one's fine. And then obviously the encrypted log 9. It's we want archive for Eilram. We have all of them. That one's done. I don't think I have the poncho one, because I go to my customization thing. I don't have the poncho that I'm looking for, I don't have the Outlander. I haven't got that. So there's a bunch of stuff here that I've just not got. And then this one here is Zephyr Culture 3. I have Zephyr Culture 3. So I, like, disappointed with the game. I was expecting more from something like be able to figure out what I need to do, but I have to like resort to a guide to find like all these collectibles that doesn't even like they don't even show up on the map. That's what it's like. You don't know whether you've got them or don't have them, because some of the stuff doesn't register. That's another one we haven't got. Sage. Yeah, so we're missing that one as well. The few of them that we're just missing. I'm gonna have to just look up how to find these because it's like I don't know how people found them, and I've gone through the entire layout of the area. I'm gonna type in the Zephyr Culture 4, I guess we'll type in. And that's the issue. The issue is that there's no indication on the map to show where everything is supposed to be. Not what I'm looking for. Like, you can't like mark a checkpoint either. No checkpoint marker. There's no no checkpoint marker. There's no waypoint thing. You have to, that can lead you to the area. You just have to go and find it. Which when you've gone through and checked everything, you think you've gone and done it. No, it's not. Like this one here, it's like, where is it's like a there's something up. There's a way to get up somewhere. There's a way to get up here, I think, and there's going to be there must be a mediation point here, so I have to get up there, I think, where one of. If I have to get up there, that's up. I've already been up here. That's the thing. I remember going up there. I remember going up there. Be able to make it if I run and jump. Make it up to here then. I remember being up here. It should. What is there? Like, how do we get up there? Wait, up here is apparently supposed to be a. Supposed to be like a meditation point or something up there, but I can't get up there. And it's just not. It's not clear. The game is not clear at all. I can't even get through here now. There's just no. There's no easy way to get any of these items or anything, because it's just not. That marker, that marker was that was not a. Then how did they get here? Like they got up here somehow. This is apparently where it is, and I'm looking. This area here slides down, so it's. These guards don't even show this. None of these things are useful. They're terrible. These guards are terrible. don't show you where anything is. I'm trying to find some of these collectibles, and I don't know how they are found or where they are found. Like, I know what I'm missing, but just like how there's other ones that are apparently harder to find, and yet they're not here. Oh, there's just so much, like, trying to find like all of these things is ridiculous. Guides all say like very similar things. And the order as well. The order is also what's annoying, because you know, I got the story related thing in the turn. I got Whispers 5. That was an easy one to find. Like, then like I got the story related one. And then these other ones, it's like from the meditation point, go through the sarcophagus room and in the next room, drop into the room on the left, force push the rock, follow the path and push another couple of rocks until one drops down to the level below. Use this to climb to the wall on the left. But yet I have not seen, there's no I'm trying to even find the room that it's located in. Even on the map that they're using is not accurate. Doesn't look like my map. Doesn't look like my map. And it has to be in here because it says that it's for the area for the thing. Yeah, like that area we can't. This area here we can't do. Okay, it's this area. Like, what? Why are they saying go in here? We cannot go here. I'm pretty sure we cannot do the thing in here. It's telling me to go into here, and yet they've completely like stuffed this guy up. Like, they've completely stuffed that up how they've said it. But they're completely wrong. You end up going into that area. Fairly confident that you cannot go into there and do that. So it's not a force. It's a force pull, not a force push. And I've still got to go and find the other one. So it's not going to matter even if I'm looking around for this, because I've still got to go and grab the other ones that I'm missing. Let's just okay. That wasn't there before. Alright, this wasn't here before. But they still weren't clear enough with how it was stated. Okay, I'm very annoyed. I'm very annoyed. I went into this room and I'm like, oh, we can't hit this thing. And it's like, okay, I figured, okay, we can't go and think. Guess just how we're supposed to go into it. Definitely, like, mislabeled the thing there. Still gotta find that other one. We haven't found that yet.
This Guardian was destroyed long ago.
Zepho Tomb Guardian, powerful automatons that protect tombs, was destroyed here long ago. We're still gotta find another. Still gotta find one more collectible thing.
Oh, alright then.
Apparently missing.
What's that, BD1?
Okay, we've got those two. We have Elfin 2. We have the encrypted log. In the sphere and wind room, puzzle room, climb up high and exit down the ice. Slide down the ice, grab onto the rope, turn around when it's okay. That next one. Still annoyed that this was like I had a hidden block there, which wasn't there before. Especially since we have to come through this way. We have to come through this way and then actually, wait a second. No, that actually doesn't make no sense because it tells you from the tells you from this mediation point to drop down, go through the sarcophagus room. I think it said that. What did it say? Why did it actually say it? It said. Yeah. You know, okay, so it was correct? From the meditation point. Alright, go through the sarcophagus room, which is here, and then go into the next room. And then drop into the floor on the left, which... Is there even a fourth room on the... Yeah, because I wouldn't have even thought that there was a room on the left, because we... Out of the way that we came through. I'm annoyed, like... Looking around for that for all this time. We would have come through this way, right? And then it would have said on the left, go to the thing on the left. And there was a room right there, so it would have been correct, but I don't know what was going on. I think it was because it was talking about pushing I think the issue was like we come through here, right, to go and do the come through here to do all the stuff, and then we go this way, and we did everything here. I remember seeing this room here, and it was like I couldn't do what I needed to do, so that's why I went back and I went around and did everything else. And then it's like from the room, I'm pretty sure I saw it say drop down. If I look at the actual thing, it says. Yeah, so. Oh, that's why. It's because it says from the meditation point, go through the sarcophagus room, which I thought that I was going through this way. No, but this is the sarcophagus room. So it's like you would have. It said go through here, and then the next room drop into the room on the left, which I remember this being the room on the left, and then yeah, whatever. Like it's the way that it's worded, like how they did that. Wasted so much time looking for that. And granted, I was also trying to look for the other stuff as well, but it really needs to be a better. Now I need to get to the room with the slide. Need to find the area with the ice wall, so I can swing on that rope. Get the alternate, very annoying. They had something like that. Be so easily solved. Really just miss. I was trying to solve this. I was trying to solve this for so long that I mashed through the thing, and then I did all that, and then I made my way upwards, and it's like, okay, I have to go all the way back down for that anyway. And at that point, I'm trying to follow what guides were saying, and the way things are worded needs to be. Should have said drop into. They should have just said, because it says drop into, and it's like, well, I go and. Apparently here, there's going to be another. Ah, I see it right here. I think it's because I saw, like, from the sarcophagus room drop into. And I thought it was like coming from the sarcophagus. So the idea was like, oh, you go and really? Why do you keep missing the ropes now? Like, same thing keeps happening. I don't see the. Maybe it's because this game is good for a Star Wars game or good for an EA game. Maybe that's what they mean. That I feel like this is exposed like problems with like look at this. I'm jumping to aim for the rope, and it's always to the left, or to the right, or not quite thing. It's not consistent. Collectibles not being marked on the map, like no waypoint marker to be able to navigate your way to where you're supposed to go. That should have been a death, but for some reason it wasn't. Did he just fall from?
Let's get going, BD1.
Hey. Hey,
Oh, something was in there.
Alright, well, I thought, okay, well, let's try the other guide. All the other guides weren't really helpful. And it's just sometimes seeing blended words. Offerings 3. Pretty sure we have this one already. Let's check. So need BD skin 40. Push the sphere from the lower level in the area near the tomb guarding the freezer with the force. Okay, what do they mean? Where's this area? We're missing only 2. We're missing 2 more collectibles in here. I think we are. Yeah, we're missing 2 collectibles because I don't have this. So push the sphere from the lower level in the area near the Tomb Guardian. Freeze it with the force. You'll notice that a platform will come down. Climb on it with the sphere back to its location. Make the platform go up. They want you to... That's a little bit. This one's a little bit confusing as well. I'm gonna look this one up as well. Gotta look up. BD1 skin Bomb girls. Where is this? I'm trying to get out of the tomb by solving those things. A platform near the Guardian and behind the... Oh, okay. So we have to, like... Oh, okay. So that's what we have to do. We have to, that one there. We have to go and, make it a scan option. Wind chimes. The Zepho's reverence of the wind shaped everything they created. Movement of wind through these chimes may once have called the sages to prayer. Right, now we have to make our way back perilously to the swing point. Then I've got to do a bit of a weird, like... I don't know if I'm going to get enough swing here. I need to get enough swing. There is a lot of things that I would change. This, I think there needs to be some sort of like background, like light background music, because like at the moment, like there's no background music playing whatsoever. I think that like this jumping needs to be fixed because it's like I'm swinging on a rope and I'm aiming right at the thing. We have no double jump right now, so we can't double jump. And yet it feels like I'm like that time. I don't know why that was any different than what I did before. And then, what else happened? They, I think there needed to be, like, a better, like, map system. Like, if they're gonna make it so that you can't collect everything because you need certain upgrades, at least make it so that you can, at least make it so that you can mark things on the map, or, something you found will be found on the map. You know, I don't know, like, any general game would have that on there. I don't know why this couldn't. Especially with the 256 collectibles, like... I just don't get the... I don't get the appeal of this game. It's making me wonder, like, do I even want, like, the Jedi Survivor? Because it's just not, I just don't... I don't get, like, why this would be good. Oh, it's not a terrible game. That's the other thing. It's not a terrible game, but there's stuff in it that it shouldn't be a problem that is. Like, I feel like maybe the whole background thing is because it's like they wanted you to explore, but I mean, like, light background music, you can put anything in it. So I think what we have to do here is like we're trying to tease this out. Somewhere it's gonna. I think it's somewhere along here. It's supposed to like. That one there, actually. Yeah, it's this one here. I need to basically make it so that this will. We have to make it so that I push this off enough so that it will. So close. That's essentially what I need to do. I need to try and make sure that I keep this off. I wouldn't have guessed that this one was. This was clever again.
Come back here. Oh, something was in there.
Now, how do we get back? I guess we smash the thing, but... then last one is... on the ledge, next to the chest above, among some pots. Like, did I just miss that? Oh. Okay, I grabbed everything there.
This relic is extremely old, but I get the sense it was part of some type of training ritual for Zepho Force users.
I knew there had to be something because of this slide, thing here. Training ritual relic used by Zepho Force users for generations in their pursuit of understanding. And so now we can leave, via the... Now we can leave and finally continue on with the story. Why couldn't there be a like a collectible tracker for like the Force abilities or something like that? Like a Jedi vision or something like that. Cal recovers additional life when using a stim canister. Automatically deflect blast bolts while sprinting or wall running. Max health increase. I feel like the health increase is going to be better than the thing for now. We're getting levels up fairly fast. So we will... we have to just head back to the normal area because we can't go through the way we were normally doing it. The way we came was... oh, right, there's a slide thing went down there. And get back to things, so I'll have to climb up. I'm trying to figure out, like, I know this was received well, the thing, but it's like maybe it's because it was received so well because it was an EA game. bad as that is to say, but like, again, like I think a lot of people were like, but then it's like, what do they consider an EA game? Do they consider anything that was made by that had EA's like fingerprints on it? Because if that's the case, like, you know, A Way Out was good. Like that was a really good, like that was an EA property. I think It Takes Two was an EA property as well. It's like, but I think this was like 2019, so it might have been before those. But maybe for a Star Wars property, they consider this as good, and to like Battlefront 2 and stuff like that. But again, those were. It wasn't that the gameplay itself was bad. It was that the microtransactions and the weapon and stuff was so important. Like not even important. It was just so prevalent throughout. Like when you've got people that have got, it's legitimately like weapons that are better than you, and you haven't done anything different, like apart from pay real money, then that's where it's a big problem. Okay, so now I have to. Now it's a lot of backtracking to stuff, but actually, I wonder if that makes the fans work now, because we a lot of the stuff we couldn't do was because of the fans. This area is now occupied by, there it's occupied by, troopers now.
Did we just open the way for the Empire?
What's that?
Oh, okay, now we have, now they're open. Now we can probably, like... Now we can probably, like, go and get a bunch of the collectibles, because, stuff's opened up for us again. I'm gonna deal with these first before we...
After him! Just stand there, do something! Someone else take him down! Firing on the... That's a hit!
Oh. Is that a rocket guy? Okay, well, I'll deal with all the enemies here first, and we'll, go around a little bit. Now all these vents have, now all these vents have been activated, so we can hopefully go back and grab some of the collectibles that we missed.
Oh, all right then. Did you find something, BD1?
So the next thing is, after the cutscenes happen, there's something that we can grab in the cutscene, but before we do that, we need to make sure that we go back and grab anything that we might have missed. Ground level, there's a force push wall. Through here now. Should have appeared on my map if there's a force push wall. I do remember that being here. know, like, when it was, when they were red, maybe we couldn't do it at the time, but now we can.
Getting a strange feeling from this one. Ancient Zepho gathered here. I wonder why.
The remains of ancient wares crafted by the Zepho, perhaps used for rituals. But, okay, we have that one already, I believe, because it was mentioning. What about the stairs leading to the tomb? Actually, we might not have got this one. I'll check. At the bottom of the stairs leading to the tomb, there's a rocket launcher platform next to a thing. Directly underneath the platform on ground level is an alcove. So I've got to find some stairs stairs that are supposedly leading to the tomb. No, there was something over here. That was probably what I was talking about this one. So we've got that one, then we just got the one that we got the force push wall, we got the Gilly pod, and then we got the Iridium, it's the same one. I don't know how far through the rest of the level we can do right now until this area can be broken through. A couple of areas can be broken through. We have to get up there first. That area is probably going to break us through to these areas. And there's also an area to the right. That's probably the way that they're supposed to go, but I'm going to see where this takes me. But you know, this area is potentially. That's a slide down, I think. It's only so far we can backtrack anyway without force push.
What is this? Continue excavating. I want rare artifacts, not useless trinkets.
Ice cave excavations. A broken pod smashed by the officer in charge of Project Augur. She was angry that they weren't finding what she wanted. Lead to a... Oh, this is gonna lead to a thing. What is that? Is like an under area? I don't know if this is the right way to go or not. There's like 2 ways to go here. Thinking this way is the way back. Not the way back. I'm thinking that this way is to other things. I'm not trying to make my way back. I'm just trying to. This area might actually be the way towards the where we are. They consider this the ice cave, so I mean it's not. Alright, so we actually haven't been this way. What is our next objective? It's to go to Kashyyyk, so we can do the ice caves instead. And now I remember, so we can do the ice cave stuff. After sliding down, there's an area to kill the chest. We can do this, clear that out, and then we can head right back to where we need to go. Wait, it's a Ghost Trooper? Uh-oh. I didn't want to go in here. I was checking to see what this was. Actually, now I know this might actually be the area back to the... This area is the way back to the, different thing. Check where this is first, and then we'll, No, okay, that area just takes us... The area takes us back to the, This takes us back to the... That we were just at. Why won't it let me go back down? Go far enough away? Did I... Maybe I have to wait for the, doors to shut. I'd like to go back down, but... I guess I have to go and traverse the thing. I thought it was going to take us to that other section. And they try to do the wall jump as best as what the game is allowing you to do, so it's like, I guess they want you to jump extremely late. That should have been the death. Also, I like how the rope does not, Okay, so, now we can call this, so, I'll call this back just so that I can, call this back just so that I, have a way down. Sorry, just so I have a way back up when I do the next thing.
That's not opening.
Are you okay? There is nothing to do on this rock. Nothing to challenge us.
After slowing down and getting to the meditation point next to the cliff, there's an area you can drop down to. Oh, wait. Right.
Hey now. Something was in there.
Where's the next one? A Jotars will burst through some ice and attack you, kill, then... I'm looking for... Okay, we've left, because it's been everywhere else. think when they're red, I think we need to, when they're red, I think we need to evade, sorry. That is, because it's like... I mean, why wasn't it letting me scan it? Sound of destruction. MK270 Imperial pulverizers are crucial for Project Augur. The icy barriers in Zepho's cave systems require an incredible amount of power to break through. Even the Empire's specialized swords are not sufficient to break through this ice on their own. And we also get this as well.
Nice job.
Skill point, and we've got the Jotaras. Strong but slow, strike after dodging any attack. Rapid strikes and or unconventional attacks will enlarge and confuse the creature. Like, I didn't realize that was the case. The Jotaras is a formidable and highly aggressive predator that utilizes brute strength to establish supremacy. A thick hide provides armor like defense support, but vulnerabilities may exist along the abdomen region where the skin is thinnest. What this creature lacks in speed is supplemented by forceful blows and an impressive reach of long forearms. We go into its lair. Yeah, the collectibles give heaps of
An Imperial officer was trying to hide a relic down here. There was a cave-in. She became trapped and never escaped.
The remains of an Imperial officer who attempted to hide a relic in the cave. During a collapse, she was trapped and died. Okay. So now we're gonna cut a rope, follow the path, and then wall run. Just like 2 chests, I should say. Hey, what's over this way? Because there's no way that I can. There's ropes there, but there's no way that I can get to there. Not without like help. Wondering if I have to go left or right first. So I'll go right towards the collectibles. It does mention about multiple ways we can go actually. All I path went to the next elevator. So that means I should. Doesn't look like it's towards the next elevator. The other area looks like this is the elevator, so I'll try there first. Oh, I didn't say that there were holes in this. Jump through the hole that time, I guess. I was nearly at the wall.
to slip up. Reloading! That's not possible. No!
I like the rapid fire ones that we can actually deflect the. If we're fast enough and follow the thing, we can actually deflect that. Cool.
Well done.
We actually didn't have that guy before, I remember. Heavy assault trooper. Shielded, heavy, long range, rapid fire weapon capable of sustaining numerous hits. Slow movement, long wind up before firing, and cooldown period after attack provides opportunities to attack. The heavy assault troopers are specialized infantry serving the Galactic Empire on the front lines of war. They are primarily trained to defend combat zones as support squads to stormtrooper patrols. They are highly proficient with a 7.6 rotary blaster cannon, which fires off steady, rapid, long-range bursts capable of every damage, and shielded by a lower emitter energy ring. So apparently there should be like two along the way. There should be like two. Yes. So that's what I thought they said. Okay, this is actually the wrong. Maybe it's the wrong way. I haven't reached the area with two enemies yet. I want to use the elevator in case I can't go and use it again. Unless I meant that elevator over there.
How'd you get down there?
There's supposed to be like two enemies here, but I guess it was this area after all. So, doesn't matter, I went to the area. Gonna be two chests here. Oh, so that's is it? They didn't. We found a push for
This one's mine. Make him hurt. End him. Jedi's afraid. Jedi again. Move up already. Don't get up. Oh yes, fight.
Why are they not carrying?
Jedi can fight me. Come on, attack me. I'm going to end you.
There he goes. Don't know what happened there. Can we get the Purge Trooper, please? Excavation saw. These excavation saws were specifically designed to cut through planetary bedrock, giving the Empire access to secrets thousands of kilometers below the surface. Should be able to also scan you. Wait, are they scanning both? Electro-Baton Purge Trooper? Yeah, they didn't scan both. Armed with Electro-Batons, they may attack in flurries or of quick strikes, but vulnerable after finishing the initial. Okay, so that's what it's supposed to do. An agile and shifty counter-attacker might be able to dodge and parry incoming strikes. Okay. The menacing Purge Trooper serves the Galactic Empire's inquisitorious program to hunt down survivors of the treacherous, treasonous Jedi Order. Specialized class of Imperial soldier, trained and equipped with a variety of weapons and tactics, this elite group is few in numbers and keeps out of the public eye. Most citizens of the Empire are unaware they even exist. Of the Purge Trooper ranks, many are trained in melee combat using an Electro-Baton, proving an agile and deadly nemesis. I've got two, I've got two, things now.
Oh, alright then.
2 skill points.
Something we can use?
And the BD1 skin. And the light material.
That's an excellent find. It will need my personal evaluation.
Finding artifacts. A tool dropped in excitement over a mysterious find by a worker during the excavation. It appears they found what they were looking for. Okay, that's everything here done. Go through the door, back to the first elevator to the meditation point, then down the rope. Slide. So I already did that, we can't grab the chest there because we need to do the other thing. So then we have to take the elevator up. Insane. Which I'm assuming is the one that we're right next to. Sorry, not this one. I'm assuming it's the one that we need to How do we get back? We can't head back. I guess we have to go through this way. Oh. It was right back there anyway. Right. Now we have to head towards that I'm gonna grab the additional life canister and the reflecting. Now, if we come across stormtroopers, they're gonna fire on us. We can just sprint, and it'll auto deflect for us. Now we go back across the thinning blades. I think that means this. They meant this one. excavation equipment. Imperial excavation equipment, the level of dust suggests it's been sitting here for a long time. On the way back from the tomb to... Wait, why are they mentioning this tomb? We haven't done this tomb. On the way back from the tomb of McCruel, you can pull a series of yellow ropes towards you to take a shortcut back. Use one of those to swing into a wind vent. Okay, where is this one located? It's still saying it's in the ice cave, so maybe we come back here. So you can zip line to a platform for the chest, and then that's the last thing apparently. At least for this area.
He was killed by a cave-in. Imperial excavation is making these tunnels unstable.
Okay, cave-in. Remains of a stormtrooper killed when the tunnel collapsed due to Imperial excavation. I'm guessing I can take this. No, I can't. Scramble link must be repaired to operate the device. See where this elevator takes us, because we didn't use this last time.
Hey, Seer, I'm under an Imperial dig site. We got a lot further than we thought.
We can't worry about that now. The Empire's identified you as the Jedi from Braca. They're searching for the Mantis as we speak.
Can't you move the Mantis?
It's too risky to start the engine. Its power discharge will draw their attention immediately.
I'll be back as fast as I can.
Oh, it's taking me back this way. Yeah, I guess I can get this way, but then I can also, this way. Like, I want to head back because I've still got a couple of things to do that are in relation to the, that other section. I need to go back to the other thing to get a couple of things in the Imperial orders. There it takes us back to where the ship is. And there's also that area there which we can get back to. For some reason we can't enter the thing, it won't let me. Head down here actually. Can I do this whole sliding? I can do it while sliding. That... What? Where does this take me? actually really annoying. I need to do this to do something. I don't know where this is taking me. This could take me back to the ice caves, which means that it's irrelevant. But nearly made it. No, we didn't. We just made it. That should take me back to the ice caves. I wanted to take me back there anyway because of I need to go back to the very first elevator. That way I can do the other two things, the other things at that area that I recently opened up. Respawn?
I need help.
Could be killed, like that's it. Should take us back to the area where we split off, and then we can head to that other area to get the other stuff. Now we can head back to here. We'll be able to break open that other wall. Oh, that's promising. Dead? Guessing it's dead. Where's this gonna take us? Past the fan up the path. We haven't seen the Imperial Transporter cutscene yet. So we have to... Where are we right now? We are... Apparently the weathered monument. There is some stuff that we can do to get back to that. guide to see what else there is to grab. We have force push now, but lots of stuff that's free and before. Force push isn't going to help us with the thing anyway. It's fine. Like, I don't think we missed. Well, the only other we would have missed is that one with the. But we couldn't get back to there anyway. Turbine facility is fine. Weather monument, there might have been like, well, I don't think that was the weather monument, was that one that we missed out on. I know that there's a destructible ball here. Walker pulverizers, there was nothing there because it was all to do with slow. Catacombs was the same thing. It was none of the stuff's asking for force push there in the ice cave, so it's pretty much just what we've got here. All things.
Gotcha.
Strange key respawn there. Where is this? I'm guessing it's that door there that they're guarding. The they talking about. Okay, now we can go and grab that again. You have to head down anyway. There's the enemies are there, and the door that we have to do is there. So we can go and head down. We can grab the. Go up here. We'll run. Go up here. We'll run. Here. Now we can go and grab what we missed out on here. Oh, that's there now, is it? Really? I got here. What am I supposed to be looking for? Purposes here then. That's another thing. I did not find the lightsaber bench or the I did not find that lightsaber bench or the other thing. Look to the left to find the ledge with the echo. Maybe it is like over that way. Ah, here.
Where are you? We can't wait for you any longer. Sorry.
Tom used by a mother to contact someone close to her. She couldn't wait for them any longer, but the decision to go was painful. This one here, it's inside. And it's like when you drop out of the factory, back into the village, look for a tiny hut on the right side under a wall panel. Oh, maybe I just missed. Where's the map? Like the head out. Where is the it says here that we're missing on the weather monument we're missing 3 chests. Makes sense. Where is the thing located? Like the lightsaber bench or something like that, but it's not round. I'm trying to look at the. Try and get this map better. Then maybe I can find something. So hard to navigate the map here. We're out of the factory back to the village. Like, I haven't seen a lightsaber bench at all. Although I might already have it, that's the other thing to consider. Well, I don't think I do, because it's asking me to think. Like, go and look at my inventory. It's supposed to be a Mantis customization. But do not have. I thought this was gonna be like, oh, we what planet is this? Zepho. Maybe we come back later. That might be the other thing to consider. Like, maybe we come back. Looks like it's inside. I haven't seen anywhere inside. That might be what happens. We come back later for it. We do miss it, it's fine. I can just come back for it later when we do the giant cleanup bit. And the other 2 are close, I think. Sure, like we went painful this way. I remember sliding down. There's no reason for me to go and do all that again. Somehow that counted as a wall run, I don't know how. Take it.
Was that a person? He's under us. If you say so. Don't let up! We gotta do it! We'll survive much longer! How am I supposed to hit him? Get him! We're lacking close range specialists. That guy.
This is outside, so have a look at that again. I'm gonna blast through this area. Actually, the way that the thing is like it's over this way, so maybe I can head back this way to grab what I need before I continue. Wait, was this area? Because why am I heading all the way back here? Go past the thing. And yet I've been here, so why is this showing up again? There's a stormship coming, right? Yeah. Why is That's weird that this is appearing again when we have these. Why are they showing them again? I checked them to be evidence of a fight. Yeah, it's weird that they're showing up like this. Now, is this one showing up? That one is not. As soon as you enter this area, slide there, so we can't get that one because we don't have slice. The next one is, I'm guessing it's through this way to be able to red laser door on a purge strip will be to find. But I don't know if we return to here. I don't know if I return to. If I do return to here, then that would mean I'm wasting my time with this. I don't know. I don't think I would return to here. This also might be considered the, this might be the area that they were talking about with the, lightsaber.
Whew. Wasn't expecting this. It's a giant Zepho statue. Kinda thought there would be Zepho stuff inside.
Still a part of the actual the monument section. This might be where we find the little thing. Yeah. So this was, why didn't they say use force push? They could have actually, I like how it says acquire upgrade when there's no.
Scomplink? Yeah, you're
really?
right.
We find this
could
here?
replace yours with this. Let's get you fixed up. How's that? Want to try it out?
Right. So we had to go and do this thing anyway. Now we can slice panels to get through the areas. There's gonna be heaps of stuff here. Now I'm gonna have to go through and like find where all the areas to thing were because it's just randomly thing. That's the weird thing about it. It's like I was looking around for this thing, and then nothing there mentions about first. So now we have this comp link and go around and do stuff. But no, this would have saved a whole lot of other stuff.
Stop! Intruder!
Step forward for identification.
Now I didn't realize we were going to get that thing right there, because now I have to go and check to see where all these are on the map with the upgrades. Maybe we were supposed to find it. I know that there was some. Like one that I remember in the area with the it starts. Area near the start. Past the wall on panel, continue to fall slow. Guessing that that's related to that. I mean, drop into the factory back to the village is one supply, so we'll get that like immediately. One near the start, which we're heading back to anyway. And then there's that door that we are near anyway to get through there. That would get us something. And then there's one in the ice caves, which that's close by as well. And there's mentions about like another tomb, but I don't think we can get that one yet because we haven't unlocked that area yet. But it's the ice caves, and then there's like one outside, and then one thing. I think that's all of them. I remember there being one in the tomb area. Then like these and then what, the slice one for the thing. Guess we'll find out if I was supposed to do this or not. Few things in here, and then so the ice caves, the one near the start, and then one outside the thing. The ice caves one at the start, one outside of where we are once we do all this, and then the one that's near the thing. And we can also then return to that other place, get a bunch of stuff. The first, and go to the first one. now we, where's the thing with the lightsaber? We're gonna go through there first. All the stuff's out of order. Should be all out of order like this. Good. I know that that's how you don't bother about grabbing stuff, but it's like, the issue with not grabbing the stuff is go past the wall run panel on the machine, you have to force slow, jump onto the machine, and then to the left to point this chip. Or did you go by this? So confused like about this thing. It says past the wall run panel on the machine. Okay, so maybe we have to like oh, there. Now, last one is when you drop out of the thing, that's when you slicer.
You gotta slice this door. Good work, BD1.
There's this one. And when you drop out of the factory back into the village, look for a tiny hut on the right under a wall panel. Maybe they mean that area down there. There we go. I mean,
This door needs to open.
okay, so then we're just gotta go to the ice caves and back to that. I think we're done with the actual. We're done with the area.
Fine.
How are we going for here anyway? There like a in general. Well, defo. We've still got heaps of stuff that we can't find yet. I think we might end up returning here because I think we do end up returning here because of the. Next thing to do is so I got the ice cave, the ice cave beginning area, and the area with that giant door.
What do we do if we run into a Jotas? Well,
You gotta slice this door.
you cover me, then I'll run. Why should I?
Thank you.
can kill.
You're not gonna make it.
Oops.
Adversary inbound. Strike target. Strike him quickly. Through this.
Does the droid count as a, I wonder if the droid here counts as a, yeah. What does? Imperial astromech droid. A variety of astromech droids, also known as astrodroids, were utilized by the Galactic Empire to complement their vessels. Providing routine maintenance and mechanics, they served a variety of repair duties as well as advanced navigational operations, strategic logistics, and data compilation. What is happening? Surely we can't, like, go up this way. It's even the way we're supposed to go, because, now I'm actually curious. Actually, no, it's a bit of a different area. Yeah. Still a few things we have left to do now that we've done that. It's here. So we got that area. Still gotta find an area with a red laser door and a purge trooper. This might be coming up.
Okay. You, know any jokes, BD? I don't know. Why? Classic.
I've still got to go to the ice caves, and I've still got to go to that area at the start.
It's so quiet since we...
Should I just let them deal with this? Let the enemies fight each other, and then and that way I'm gonna be like let him fling them off the edge, and I just pick the pieces up here. Right.
Hurry, kill him.
I'm not sure how to dodge all these. I think I need to wait.
Target, fire. On it. Fire on the enemy. Hurry, get it.
One of them parries. Like, I think I've got to like wear out his parry. That's really.
We'll take you down. Shoot that guy. I see. Stop him from recovering.
That one there, we can do it in one.
I've got this. Fire together. Last one clear.
This guy is different. Stormtrooper Command. Command nearby stormtroopers, allowing focused and synchronized fire on targets equipped with grenades. Stormtrooper commanders lead their battalions into combat for the Galactic Empire. Recruited from countless systems, they have been trained to support the oppressive power of the Imperial war machine. Their strategy and proficiency with an array of weapons allow them to coordinate attacks, command group maneuvers, and launch deadly assaults. We're still not. We haven't reached the area that we're supposed to yet with the Imperial troop. This I don't think I have anyway. Still going around exploring whatever this is. Ah, here's the red laser door. There's. Also running low on. Can't get through there. That doesn't.
Permission to speak freely. Granted.
I think like in the area with the red laser door and a purge troop, but there's a wall you can run on. We haven't found the purge troop yet, so. And it's like also talking about an area with the fans. I don't know if I'm in the right area. I have to figure that out. Talking about it in an area where you have to slow the fans. Like there's no running on the doors. Oh, okay, I think it's like on upper floor, maybe. Alright, so we'll have to do the upper thing. Kind of hoping that I can get a save in. The only time I'll take a rest is if I can't get the fire point. That's because resting makes sure the enemies respawn. We can't do anything there because we don't have the power for that.
Eyes up. Try dodging that.
Get him!
Keep moving.
Twice.
BD1, over here.
Guess I want to slice first.
Can't get through.
Ah, is the area that we're looking for. I don't know what this area takes. Shortcut unlocked. We have that at least. Haven't found a.
This door needs to open.
I haven't found a. That's with that one. Opened already. I haven't found a. I was just about to say I haven't found a save room yet.
Do not concern yourself with the missing artifact. I'll deal with it personally.
Missing artifacts. Crate used by the Empire to transport relics found in the excavation. An Imperial officer seems to be misleading about it. Because I actually just completely missed that one. Skipped over it. Right, well, at least we found it now. Good thing I found it now, so I can save for the purge troop. What skill do I want though? Well, probably force increase. Now we can head back to her. They're vulnerable at the end of their combo. That's what I've got to do. Dodging and like trying to parry as best as I can.
I see you, Jedi. How did your attack? Can't stand against me. Not enough to down me. Finish the fight.
Oh, okay, I gotta be careful with parrying.
I'll get you.
Gotta try and parry him. When he does a.
Seer, I just took down a trooper wearing black and red armor. The same type from Braca.
A purge trooper. Their only purpose is to hunt Jedi.
Are the Inquisitors coming?
It's possible, but we're far from Braca. They might think purge troopers are enough. Or they could be stalling you on purpose. Stay wary.
What'd you find?
Purge trooper commander. Dangerous from a distance, make attempts to close distance quickly. Avoid shock grenade or use it to strike nearby stormtroopers. Agents of the Inquisitorius, purge troopers are charged by the Empire to hunt down survivors of the treasonous Jedi Order. Operating in the shadows, their clandestine mandate is largely unknown even among Imperial ranks as they support Inquisitors across the galaxy. This specialized class is trained and equipped with a variety of weapons and tactics, but primarily attacks with blasters and shots. So we've come to this area and wall to run on and here. Pull the rope towards you. Oh, we don't have force pull. Okay, we can't do this right now. We'll can't get that going, but we can do this. Alright, so that one's gonna require pull because we don't have pull as far as I know. The area where you slow the fan to get through, there's a vertical ramp you can pull down here, so we can't do that either because we don't have a pull. Where the elevator to the Tomb of McTrawl is, on the far side by some giant roots. Okay, so maybe, is this heading towards the... We might be heading towards the Tomb of McTrawl, actually, now that I think about it. I don't even know if this is possible or not. If it was impossible for us to do, I think they would make it so that we... not be able to get here. That's one thing I had in mind. Like, if we were not able to do this, why would it let us progress this far? It might just require. Now we're at the crash site, and yet there's like nothing here that I can do because. Nothing here that we can do because we can't move this way, we can't... oh wait, radio call? I saw that on the thing, I thought I saw that. How do I get that again? I was trying to... I just randomly saw R3 put it up on the screen and I thought the guy can... Maybe it's gonna tell me like I can't progress it further. Look at these enemies and I can't do anything. There we go.
You see the Star Destroyer? It's a Venator.
There could be useful intel inside.
I'll try to find a way to it.
I don't feel like I can just jump down here. I'll see what it does. I don't think I can just jump down. Wait, we can swim? I didn't realize we could swim. Is there anything listed here? The elevator to the Tomb of Eilram is okay, we're not. Yeah. The nearest island to you when you enter the water on the left. Okay, so we actually can do some of this thing. But we're still gonna do ice caves and the one near the thing. Nearest one to the left. I didn't think I could swim.
The villagers built this memorial to the clones from the Venator. If only they knew the truth.
Okay, a memorial to the fallen clones of the Venator, constructed by the villagers. The galaxy believes the Jedi were traitors, only a few know the truth. Enter the cave next to the previous one.
See him? Empire isn't the only thing we have to worry about. This tunnel flooded suddenly. What could have caused such a thing?
A sudden disaster struck, killing the creatures in this tunnel with a massive flood. These at the back, so we're gonna have like multiple seeds as well. The back of the large island in the middle of the water where you fight a JoJo's and a bunch of scares. Back of a large island where we fight a bunch of. Right.
Something smells like old oil. Sorry, buddy, not you. It's this water.
Actually, now I'm thinking about it, is it actually outside? Because if it's outside, then I'll head back. Like, it's outside to me. I'll head back before I do anything else. There's a seed plus... yeah, okay. I think this is part of the crash site. I look at the actual map. Yeah, we're about to enter the crash site, I think. So I'm going to head back. Head back because there's going to be some other stuff like that. Good. Wait, the ice caves? Where are we? Have I been here before? Oh, okay, actually leads back to the ice caves. That means that I could go and grab that item and then figure out where I'm going now. There is an item in the ice cave I need to grab. Just to get it out of the way. Still got the ice caves and I've still got the other one. Strange. How did we get here? How did we get here? That's the thing. How did we get there? I'm gonna just do. I don't know if this is the right way. It is? Where was the ice case? Which one? It was. I think it was up this way. I don't recall. Actually, I'm trying to. Oh, no, it was across the. Near a. Remember we went across one and then it was like, wait a second, it's up here. Oh, we had to go and do something here anyway. Oh, where was it? It was on this one. Ah, sorry, it was this one.
Try to slice into this one. Hey now. So what was in there?
I should have frozen it first. So now we only have the one that we have to go back for. The only one we have to do now is head back for the. And I think we can take that elevator here to get us back to where we were towards the Benatar thing. Hopefully that works, because then it will save some time. I need to head back out, so that I can, get the other thing. Let's hope that this is the right, way to go. That's where we... Wait, this is the wrong one. It's the wrong one because I needed to go to the... It's the wrong one because I need to go to the... crash site. Can I... Do I have to go back to... Oh, I guess I have to just go back down. Really? It slid me backwards. These ice slide things are like getting lost in the game is also not very good, especially when you're trying to find your way to something. And all I wanted to do was go back to the Minotaur. I'm having trouble even doing that. It's not the... It wasn't the furthest away, it's not the closest, probably the middle one. Probably this one. One of these led me to the right area, so... Probably this one. We went back, so it's... Probably this one that we have to go on to. Trying to find the right, need to find the right elevator. Right one? Okay. Need to find my way back out of this. I wanna... I was swimming. Now all of a sudden I'm back. I'm gonna have to check where this leads. This leads to the... Okay. This leads back to the caves. So... We don't activate the Venator then. We do have we're only missing one more. The next collectible is like, you know, a big area with the bunch of enemies. I don't know which area they said it was in. At the back of the large island in the middle of the water. Like, it's right here. Looking for the terrarium feed. The back of the large island right one. Might not be the right island. The other thing. I think it is the right island, or we just need to head. Here it is. It did say in the middle, so. I think I've gone in the right. That's there, which at least we can get that out of the way. There's no way we can do anything here then. Alright. New terrarium seed, there we go. On the island with the two phalanx at the back of the area. Find.
That's kind of remind me of Grease's fur.
What are the phalanx enemies? Those are the goats. The goat enemies. Found that. Found these enemies. Hopefully this is the right island. Should be. It wasn't there.
Let's get going, BD1.
Wait, he found something?
I think I need help here. Thank you. Hey now. Something we can use?
You reach the crash site, go all the way right to find a rope you can climb up with. Okay, so I don't think we can do the. We found the crash site, but we cannot actually do the crash site because it's we reached the area where the crash site was. At least I think we did, but it's like go all the way to the right to find a rope you can climb up. I look at the map. Although there is a, now that I look at it, it's like we started here and then we made our way to water. Obviously, the ice caves lead to a part of the crash site here. We've got an actual one area that's blocked. Actually says that it's blocked. So, still got this area here we can go to, but I think everything in terms of the crash site might be it. We can't because we can't enter the crash site. When you reach the crash site. And it tells you underwater. Oh, there's actually some that are underwater. That's gonna be a pain. Like there's like 3 of these things hidden underwater. I'm gonna have to try and find a. Well, now that I look at the actual map, it's like, where is the location? It's like pointing right there, but it's on top of there. As we can reach the crash site, I don't know. I attempt to. We're on the crash site.
Probe droid. They're watching us, BD.
Wait, so can deflect the but we have to make sure that we stand back from those. Does that count as a scan? Because we've been destroyed. Next scan. Scan what's left. Still an enemy there. Androids may have the ability to slice in and control the probe's functions, capable of being physically maneuvered and used as a weapon. Sinister Imperial Probe Droid, also known as a Probot, is an exploration and reconnaissance unit deployed by the Galactic Empire. This lightly armored probe is equipped with 6 manipulator arms extending from an central pod, several retractable center arms for gathering samples, high-resolution receivers and sensors, cover the central brain core including motion, acoustic, sonic, and seismic sensors, a radiation meter, magnetic imager, and hollow camera. It carries an atmosphere sensor and hovers on a repulsor lift generator capable of maneuvering most terrain. Its primary directive is recon and surveillance of potential threats to the Empire, including insurgents, fugitives, and specialized targets. I still don't know what way to go. There is something here, because looking at where we are, right here, I can see something over there in the distance. Then I also this way. That is one way to go. Let me make it to there. Like, there's something over there as well. Like something over there that I can see. Maybe before I go on to this thing, I'll hit down this way. I'm also looking for other collectibles as well.
Hey! What do we find?
so this area is blocked for both ways. We can't do anything here. Trying to figure out, like, so I guess I think the way that I was heading was the way into the crash site. I'll see if that is the way. If that's the way and we can get into part of it and get something, then that's fine. But then we have to figure out where all the stuff underwater is. Which hopefully will be easy to find. But that one right there. How do I get underwater though? How do I dive? Is there like controls for how to swim underwater? The only thing I can think of is if they got something on their face. Looks like they've got something that helps them swim, so I don't know if we can do that right now. Wait for it to explode. Oh, they actually come after us.
Little help.
Alright, well, we have a way back. Curious if there's a, surely there should be a... They just keep punching you down even if you've... I mean, it's best to just run away. Yeah, another thing up there. Don't know what that's for. I'm guessing that I can't do anything with it, so... Alright, so we're locked out. We're not going to be able to do any of those. So that means we can't get the three that are underwater. Can't do the pulverizers one because that hasn't been found yet. Alright, so I'm looking ahead here, and it's like, we can't get any more in the crash site, we can't get any more in the other thing, all the other stuff that's mentioning all tiered, so we are going to be returning to this area. It's all based on doing the Tomb of Eilram stuff, so I'm going to head back to a save point, and, well, head back to the, gotta try and figure out where we go next. Looks like Kashyyyk is going to be the next thing that we're doing anyway, so what we're going to do, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, I'm so confused. What is going on? I paused the game here, and yet...
All squads on red alert.
What happened?
Commander was killed by a lightsaber.
I was right here. I paused the thing, and then all of a sudden now everything here is where it is. What did I do different? What did I do? A dead clone, but he wasn't killed in the crash. He appears to have been killed by a lightsaber. Is the game just glitched? What happened here? Alright, it's not glitched, but we can't... I guess we can't go across this.
This needs power.
Needs power. Well, we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have, the ability to do anything here. It's so strange, this, going on with this game. Right, I'm just gonna head back and... can't do anything else right now. I don't think we can swim because we haven't got a thing for our head. Now I've got to try and get back to... Sorry, we know how to make our way back, because we can make our way to the ice caves. I just need to find where I am. Game's very weird with what it's doing. I think it's because I wasn't supposed to be here. But, again, like, I hope I haven't broken it. Wait, we've got to go back. I think I'm heading the right way. Like, I can see the thing underwater there, but I cannot do anything about it, so... I think the only way back is this way. This will be the quickest way anyway. Here's the... I think this should lead back to... where I'm supposed to be. Okay. Let's save it. Can't do anything else in this level until we come back later. So, we ended up finishing the first level off. We've finished off the second planet, and now we're on our way back to the third planet. On our way to the third planet from there. So, I'm going to end things here, and we'll continue on in the next stream. So, with all that said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription if you want this video gets me closer to monetization. Helps the member content fuel, helps the content become more accessible and easy to find. I upload all my past Plat reacts along with Let's Plays. I uploaded my along with my Let's Plays and Let's Plats to the YouTube channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Octopath Traveler, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, Official Vertigo, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Reunion, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, the Dark Pictures Anthology, The Devil and Me, Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, this game, Until the foreseeable future, my videos will be most easiest to view on YouTube when I upload them, even though there'll be a delay. Fortunately, my stream shows up black screen and loading with only audio for some people, with nothing for others. But it's all very inconsistent. I'm trying to figure it all out. But I gotta wait for everyone to get back to me for all that. Not much else that I can do about it, so just see how everything goes, and that's all I can do. Like, if I can somehow figure out a way to fix it, I'll let everyone know, but the best way to watch is either live, where it might work, or we might be able to figure something out, or watching the delayed stuff back on YouTube, but we'll see how that is, and that's it for that. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on YouTube. I'm also working on Plat Play Pass segments for every game that we have Platinum for, as well as switching things up segment for Switch games, and also I'm working on a Triangle Strategy Golden Ending speedrun for the incentive for the follower goal that we've reached of 20 followers. Speaking of which, follow me on Twitch. At 50 followers, we're doing Octopath Traveler Galdera speedrun, and we also reach affiliate, which means monetization as well. I get to make a bunch of subscriber exclusive emotes and incentives to help support me and the channel going forward in the future. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch to be notified when I go live, and if you wish to add me on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong, plenty of topics and games to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching there as well. So with all that said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you later.